Beautiful. Hello everyone, welcome to the WardiTV Team League. The final day is upon us. Hello, hello, hello. It's been a journey to get here, but today we have the final 3 best of 9s that will close out this season of the WardiTV Team League. I'm getting into this very, very soon. Just setting up a couple things, giving everyone a last second chance to log on in. And we will send this off into our first match of the day, which is going to be Creator versus Trigger. Creator can't be here for the next hour or so this first game is a replay. It was played last night. So this first game is a replay. Creator has work, so he can't be here for another hour or so. We should be able to get through, before we get to the rest of the Creator games, we should be able to kind of pass an hour, is the hope. So, yeah, if there might be like a little bit of downtime waiting for him a bit further on, or maybe a match gets swapped around, potentially. But, yeah, generally speaking, the idea here is to obviously just dive in and to enjoy some games. So just this first game from replay. Cool. So it's the upper bracket final starts off. In case you missed it yesterday, I was just typing into the cast to let them know what's up. This is where things are at on the bracket. This is what it looks like, so just to let you all know. The upper bracket final is Basilisk against No Ace Jinnair. These maps are already set, of course. Trigger Creator Rogue versus Reynor. Serral and Trigger versus Rogue and SOS. Reynor Rogue round 2. Serral versus SOS. Goblin and Serral versus Creator and Rogue. Trigger versus SOS and Serral versus Creator. Of course, if we get there, is the important part. We've obviously got to not get 5-0'd or something crazy like that. The loser of this series drops down to play the Villains of SC2 in the second best of 9, and then the grand final best of 9 is going to happen after that. So that's going to be what takes place. And that is the league setup as we get ready to go, go, go. Let's cast some StarCraft 2, my friends. It's the finals of the WardiTV Team League here today. Hoping I get some good viewership. I've got a sponsor to do at the end of this. If we don't have good enough viewership, we might do the sponsorship tomorrow, although I'd prefer not to do that. So let's just see how today goes. It's a fun sponsorship as well. It's a fun one. Tomorrow's my last day, so I'd rather not do it tomorrow just in case something happens. But if we don't have the viewership, which the Team League has struggled with viewership, so we'll see. As the TLDR, just giving you guys a little heads up on what to expect. But yeah, hope everyone's doing well. As we get ready to rumble into Old Republic here in the next few moments. So we are loading in. The countdown is on, and let's head into the top right corner of the map as we're going to start things off with the blue Protoss player representing No Ace Jinnair. This is going to be Creator as we get into our very first game of the final day of the WardiTV Team League Season 10. We have not crowned a Team League champion in 6 years. Today we try and change that. As in the bottom left, our red Protoss player Trigger. He's going to be coming in representing Basilisk, of course. Probably favorites to win this whole thing out. I do think the Villains of SC2 could put up a good fight against them. Personally, my ideal run for this bracket is that Jinnair loses out to Basilisk here. They drop down to the lower bracket. We see the Villains get some revenge on Jinnair, and when we have a Villains versus Basilisk grand final, I think that is the most exciting way that this turns out. I think that's the most fun way that this turns out. It obviously means we get different matches in every single series as well, so that's what I'm kind of feeling or thinking. That's going to be a fun one. So many Zerg, yeah. It's funny, all the top Zergs apart from, Shin? All the top 5 Zergs or something apart from Shin are in the in the tournament still. So, yeah, we got Serral today, we got Reynor, we got Rogue, we're going to have Solar later on as well. We got a lot of Zergies playing today, which is absolutely a rarity, so yeah, it's pretty cool. As we get set up. Has it been 6 years? It has been 6 years since we did a WardiTV Team League. Yeah, it's been a long time. We did it, we wrapped it up just before the whole COVID thing kicked off. And, yeah, that's the thing. So, yeah. Yeah. How's everyone doing today? I hope you're all feeling great. As we get into PvP, obviously could get pretty feisty pretty quickly. We'll see what happens. But yeah, I hope everyone is feeling good. And kind of excited to see if No Ace Jinnair can put up a fight against Basilisk. I looked at the matchups and I don't know if I love them. What I do like is Reynor and Rogue, maybe. But overall, I actually do think that I like the matchups more for Basilisk than I like them for No Ace Jinnair. I'm trying to think what I would have liked more. Maybe Rogue splitting across. Maybe Rogue getting triggered scary, though, because that's scary, too. And then my problem is do I see Creator and SOS realistically taking multiple maps off Serral / Reynor? Yeah, I guess I'm very uncertain about that. So maybe I do like that Rogue got double Zerg. And then I guess you can't really do much else. So then maybe I just don't like the matchups in general for Noise, I think this is a very tough one for them. Maybe you rely on Rogue in the ZVZ, get through some 2v2s. Maybe you get to an ace match there. Maybe we do get an upset between... I think maybe I would have liked Rogue to hit a Serral at least once, so you get at least one of the pros to maybe snipe down a Reynor. I think Serral is less snipeable in ZVP, so... Yeah, it's an interesting lineup. I do think it favors the favorites. I don't think the lineup does the underdogs any favors here as we get this game number 1 up and running. Couple Stalkers poking. There is the proxy in the bottom right from Creator. The Oracle on the way through initially. One of the Stalkers is going to get the probe, and you have the couple of Adepts going to threaten from Creator. Try and take some attention to the front. There's Oracle getting to the main mineral line, but the 2 Stalkers are going to stand like statues and then turn only when the Oracle arrives. They get a single probe killed off, or Creator gets a single probe killed off, but that's about it. The Adepts will threaten again. We cannot re-roll this because the probe is not there. We just have to cancel that, so Adepts get in. Kind of low HP, though. They're going to get 2 probes quickly, and then the last Adept should still be able to go for an extra probe or 2 here. Takes a while to kill this off, so Creator actually getting some good damage dealt. Doesn't quite find the final one there, unfortunately, but otherwise a very successful little bit of action from him. As we now have in the bottom right side, a couple of Stalkers are going to find this pylon. They're going to ping through that, shut this Stargate down. Trigger on the Robo Facility has now the Prism to try and maybe make use of. We'll see how useful that can be for him in these next few moments as the Stalkers finish off that pylon. And a few more Stalkers just warp in underneath this Prism as well. Oracles out on the center, figuring out what it is that they would like to do here, just moving around a little bit. Stalkers in the Prism heading to the upper right side. The next is the pylon coming in. Stalker's just going to go straight after that probe, going to grab that. Pylon cancels, and that Nexus still ticking along as well. Taking a bit more damage here. So the Nexus taking a few more shots. The extra Stalker still coming through. That is going to be a cancel. That is going to be a KO. It's going to start to walk up this ramp, and the Force Field comes into play already. It's just going to drop that straight down. Keep these Stalkers at bay for a couple moments. The Sentry still warping in. He's going to be having the Stalker still trying to step up and do a little further. As Trigger puts on some damage, that high ground vision going to allow him to chip at that gateway. Now the double Oracle shows up, but there's still going to be 3 Stalkers at home. We're going to get ourselves, what, a couple of probes, 3 workers, and then we have to turn away. 1 Oracle super low at least does survive through this, otherwise that could have been really disastrous. The Stalker Sentry still for now just gathering on the low ground. Trying to make our way back up over here. It's going to take a couple more shots from the Immortal. Barrier is going to fade away. That Nexus is still ticking along, about halfway done currently. 1 more Force Field. We've already killed 1 gate. Obviously going for a second is huge. Just shuts down so much of what your opponent can do. It takes away so much of that production. We're not going to kill it yet. We're just going to move over to this different side, and Stalker's actually taking a bit of a beating as well. Yeah, we have our own Prism out now, and Creator's actually going to step forward quite aggressively. He wants to protect this gateway, but you can't be too aggressive because the Force Field of your opponent can still cut your army in half and force into some awkward Prism pickups. Try and fight here, getting some good damage off onto the Stalkers in fairness. The Stalkers are melting from Trigger. 4 workers going down on the other side. Once again, the Oracle's showing up. Only 1 remains alive this time. At least we do get a bit more damage done. Trigger will maintain the contain. And another Immortal on the way up here from Creator, who just looks to try and trade a little further again. I was going to say, he does have 2 more gateways up in the back, so he still has those extra gates available to him. And again, just pushing down here. Just going to chase those units of Trigger away. So Trigger gets chased away. The Oracle needs to be careful. Obviously, doesn't want to go flying into this, but using it as a way to track these units is obviously not a bad thing. So the Stalkers continue to make their way with the Prism down toward the bottom left. Stasis Ward, excuse me. Stasis Ward comes up already. 1 Stalker going to get caught. I'm just going to be having the extra Stalkers continue to chase through, chasing for a little bit right here. It's going to have our Stalkers, the Oracle, the Sentry continue to gather around. A couple of units just going to unload. Battery will do a bit of healing onto those Stalkers as well. We move around down to the bottom side. The Oracle sets up, the Stalkers, the Sentry, the Immortal, and Prism setting up as well just for the moment. The Stalker's going to poke this away. And yeah, we will go from here as we just have the Immortal, Sentry, and Stalker just jumping up. 1 Stalker goes down, the Adept taking some damage. The Prism Prism is very low, doesn't quite fall. Creative trying to push the issue a little bit. Obviously, Trigger has expanded, so that was not a great starting point, though, and that's going to mean a low HP Prism is very vulnerable in the future here. He needs to be careful, because if he brings it forward, it's going to be exposed, but he kind of has to bring it forward. He just lost the Immortal already, so Trigger getting himself a great catch just initially, and that is going to be a big deal. Just going to see this Immortal get saved, sure, but then we're still down an Immortal, and when the desperation of needing to attack because of the expand, GG gets called, and Trigger opens the series up strong for Basilisk. That doesn't feel great, because that does feel like one of the games you kind of have to start winning here as the underdogs, because without winning there, this entire situation is going to become a little bit tough. Now, Basilisk have server preference. They'll get the first server preference in this series for ZVZ, which will be on Celestial Enclave. This is going to be Reynor against Rogue, as Rogue looks to stop this match from getting a little bit too far away from the guys already. Drop the lobby link down, and we'll head into this ZVZ in just a handful of moments, guys. Move everyone about. Everyone join the lobby, take a couple moments, and we'll be off and away in just a few. I'll just run some ads early in the day, guys. Get to run those ads aggressively so they don't play during the games, of course. And, yeah, just, oh, for some reason I put Rogue down into the caster space. Perfect. Then we are just needing Reynor to hop on over to NA and to come and participate with us. So many mirrors. I mean, it kind of happens, right, when you've got, when both teams have the same kind of composition, right? It's very tough to avoid the mirrors. We got a couple ZVPs later on. I mean, what could we do? We could have had SOS, I guess, hitting Reynor instead, and then Rogue hits Trigger, but then that has to be like a very specific set of things to have happen, so. Yeah, we'll take a couple moments, get resumed here in just a second, and like I say, get back on track. Just waiting for Mr. Reynor to come and make his way into the lobby. Beautiful stuff. How's everyone doing today? How's everyone feeling? Oh my god, there's a... the way the sunshine is like glinting off someone's window or something, it's like right in my eyes. Oh. Do that. Oh, no, I made Ali bar because I knocked something. Ah, oh my god, it's falling over. Alright. Oh my god, it's still there. I can't get rid of it. Now my eyes are messed up because I've looked into the light. Okay, don't mind me, guys. Just minor light problems in the room. Hi, and ready. This is Rogue and Reynor. Let's get this started up. And let's get this underway. I'm going to have to actually still do something about this. It's so bright. Oh my god. We good? We good. I think we might be good. We're good. Mild problems, guys. Mild problems. Alright, let's jump into game number 2 of this best of 9. Big game, I think, because I think if Basilisk get a map win here, they really do sort of just completely run away with this series super early. In the bottom left, our blue Zerg player is going to be Reynor. Taking on our red Zerg in the top right-hand corner, this is Rogue. What's up, Percival Agil? Oh, why do I always just... In my head, I know exactly how I want to say your name, and I just can't. My mouth is not going to make the words. Percival Agil. But that's still not what I want to say. Thank you for the 6-month resub on the Prime, though. Let's be over here murdering your name every time I want to try and say it, apparently. It's that sunlight in my eyes. It's it's destroying my ability to talk. Oh, that'd be really disastrous, wouldn't it? All right, hatchery coming down. Hatchery coming down on both sides, so pretty typical here initially. Reynor, one less drone going into the hatch, then the pool straight away from him, so no gas. He might open gasless There's a possibility, obviously, on a map that you can wall off and take an in-base third on if you want to. I don't think you'll necessarily take the in-base third, but the options are there. And like I say, playing gasless kind of gives you those options as well. And you can just play safely on the 2 bases initially and kind of assess the situation as we get this set up. Is this on Korea? Nope, this is on NA. So Reynor has server preference on his first game, Central. Basilisk have the better seeding, so they will get the server preference initially in the series. So they get Central here, then they're going to play 2v2, and then they'll play on West for the Rogue Reynor second game that comes up after this one, just the way that it orders out. And then Serral's games will rotate from Central to West as well. Trigger obviously is in Korea, he will play on Korea. As we just get moving here on Celestial. So the Overlord checking around to see what's up. Reynor back, so I actually didn't think, so when Basilisk signed up, the reason that they teamed it with Goblin is because Reynor was not going to be able to participate in the playoffs, which was true for Friday and Saturday. But because they won their only match on Friday, he's actually back here on Sunday to play the rest of the league for them, or the rest of the playoffs for them. So they were only missing him on that one single day in the end, because he was over doing something for Red Bull, I believe. So, yeah. Kind of cool to see him... Yeah, kind of cool to see him... kind of back and playing, and that really does just power up Basilisk, just makes them that much stronger. So, yeah, pretty big deal. Because, yeah, I thought Basilisk was going to be a little bit nerfed. I actually felt as though it was one of the ways in which maybe we actually see Basilisk be a little bit contested before the finals. I think villains were absolutely going to contest no matter what. But, yeah, now I actually see Basilisk really obviously being the big favorites to make that finals, and then we'll see if we get the Seed 1 versus Seed 2 matchup, which would be Basilisk versus Villains of SC2, the way we seeded the tournament. Basilisk was Seed 1 originally when I first did the seeding, and Seed 2 were Villains of SC2. So in theory, those are the 2 strongest teams. Let's see if that comes true here. Obviously, top 3 right now. Winner of this guarantees himself a place top 2 in the event. As the hatchery comes down. On the in-base, we are going to take an in-base from Rogue, which is intriguing, because he's the player, I mean, neither of them are going to go link speed, but what's interesting is obviously Rogue mined a bunch of gas, so he's the player that knows, or should know, that Reynor doesn't have a way to be aggressive, so why are we taking the in-base? What does this do apart from just really kind of dig itself deep into your economy, essentially, because you're going to be working with 3 less mineral patches, 1 less gas. Yeah, you're safer, you only have to defend 1 position now, but to me, this is Reynor getting away with murder, because he's played this kind of gasless opening straight into lair, so he's been very greedy. Oh, we're going to play Swarm Hosts. Oh, that's fascinating. So, Reynor's been playing very greedy, and because Rogue is essentially kind of playing, like, safe, the greed is going to win out. But then Rogue is going to go Swarm Host, and that is not something you usually see in ZVZ. I think the issue with Swarm Host and ZVZ is that there's just so much potential for the other Zerg to get across the map and just to kill you with roaches. Like, it's so easy for a Zerg to consistently rally across the map, and once the Locust Wave dies off, bam, you go in, you hit hard, and it feels so difficult at that stage to really do much about this. So, yeah, Swarm Hosts are kind of a wild call. We obviously do have Nidus Network setting up as well, so we're going to have that mobility. Oh, the Swarm Host gets seen, so Reynor knows. What a great scout timing. That's just annoying because now he knows what's up. He knows to prepare some defenses. That initial wave of Locusts is going to be a little bit less of a surprise factor, and that just makes it a little bit tougher overall. You're going to launch, what, 4 Swarm Hosts worth of Locusts there? 5 Swarm Hosts worth of Locusts, I think, actually. They're going to go towards this hatchery. And drones have to evacuate. Can we just kill the hatch? Probably. Reynor's already expanding elsewhere. It's not a lot of Locusts, but it's going to be enough. This hatchery will indeed go down, so we get a hatch kill straight away. Like I say, I think Reynor's very responsible. He doesn't try and fight this. He just sets himself up a different hatchery and says, okay, cool. You get my base, but it's come at an insane investment from you. You know, you've invested all the way to Swarm Host to do this. And that probably makes that Reynor feels very comfortable if he just keeps building his current army and just says, cool, don't let these Swarm Hosts take crazy good trades. And if I don't let them take crazy good trades, I can really just sit here and continue to build myself up into better and better positions. Locusts pop up. I'm just going to go diving across and, like I say, into the natural expansion this time around. There's a lot of units here. I don't know what you right-click on necessarily as the Swarm Host player in this scenario. He's going to kill a few roaches, to be fair, still. I thought he might click on drones, but I think the drones are so difficult to click on because you're clicking on one and then already you've got to click on the other because they die so fast to these locusts. Maybe a couple of locusts going to right-click drones, but then, like I say, it's very difficult to start navigating like singular locusts, and one of them dies, you're right-clicking, target firing does nothing for you, so there's a lot of weird ways it plays out. Roach speed, 1-1 upgrades continue through. The Roach is still building up. Nidus network does go down. A few more Swarm hosts popping out of the Nidus. Rogue is going to pop again, just going to jump across in toward this hatchery here, so this base might be in some trouble. Rogue is building roaches behind this, and what are we going to do? It's kind of a cool dual threat you've got, right? He moves the units across toward the natural bit before turning around and does just go onto this hatchery. Going to force the cancel here once again, so if nothing else, we're keeping this base down. Reynor obviously still mining off the 3 bases with that central base now taken. Rogue obviously again playing the in-base, so very safe from a counterattack, and that's obviously why he takes the in-base. Because initially, he would have been very exposed to a counterattack in a scenario where you're reliant on Swarm Host Locust cooldown, and you want to always use those aggressively. If Reynor can find an easy attack, then you have to start using Swarm Host defensively, and this immediately becomes a big problem for you. Like, this immediately is just not what you want to see, as Rogue nearly killed his own Overlord there compared to Reynor's, so that was a bit of a fail in the Corrosive Vials. Worker count's going to even out right now. Army supply favors Reynor a little bit. Do remember the army supply of Rogue will feature these Swarm Hosts. I'm not sure how much value they're going to provide long term. It's weird to see Swarm Hosts in the ZVZ, so I don't really know what to make of them, even kind of going into like a, you know, in the front line of a Roach on Roach fight. Are they just good, or do they die so quickly it doesn't really matter? I'm not really sure. Like, Swarm Hosts are, you know, high damage output units, and they will actually get some kills, and they are going to hold the Roaches up quite a bit, so actually Rogue takes a pretty reasonable fight for himself here. A few Corrosive Vials on this ramp, maybe. Possible. I'm not going to go for it just yet. The Vials will now come down. And we do see Rogue backing off. But this was actually pretty good. Even the Swarm Hosts, even though they're not crazy amounts, though, for Locusts, they are still effective, and they do whack out damage. We knew that. I wasn't sure if they were going to die so quickly. I was like, oh, well, they didn't really do anything really meaningful here, you know? So I had that one kind of up in the air. Anyways, we got a couple more Corrosive Vials coming through and landing in. I mean, at this point, we're going to be pretty much maxed out Roach on Roach warfare. Reynor is going to have Carapace finishing to catch up on the upgrade, something which he's been missing for a few moments here as well. It just looks to get that sorted out as we do get in for a couple of drone kills. The Locust once again into the front lines. Don't think they're going to be able to do too much. The rest of the Roach Ravager from from Rogue, sorry, is a little bit far back. Reynor does eat a couple Corrosive Vials here. Looks like he wants to keep going up this ramp, but he's still eating Vials. Rogue needs a few more units to show up. He does not have the defenses needed just yet. Yeah, okay, Reynor does back away. Rogue losing a bit of supply himself. Reynor having the +2 missiles in this moment is big. We do deny the Dropper Lord, so Rogue is not going to let the Dropper Lord get in. He is going to defend himself from that harassment. That's obviously a major positive. That's something that's very important to have happen here, just in general, as the +2 missile upgrade comes up as well. It's going to be contaminated. It's still not going to be there for Rogue, so he's going to be down the upgrade still. If he's taking this fight thinking his own +2 finished, then that is obviously a mistake. The Contaminate extremely effective in that scenario. The rest of the Roach Ravager coming through Rogue, this was just not a moment you want to force the fight in at the end of the day, right? Like, this is not when you want to be making things happen, when you're down the upgrade still. The Swarm Hosts are going to try and backstab, but that's just supply that is not here, plus you lost supply trying to just fight, and I think this starts to slip heavily into favor of Reynor, because yeah, Rogue just can't fight this. Rogue knows it. He just has to say GG, and Reynor is going to take Basilisk off to a 2-0 lead in this best of 9. So killer start for Basilisk. They get exactly where they want to be, as we're going to get ready for new Bed of Chaos for map 3 of this series. Alright, so it's going to be 3 players from Korea with Serral. So we'll go host this up on West, and it'll be new Bed of Chaos for Basilisk to try and extend this lead even further out, while NoAce Jin try and retract and lessen this lead. At least take the map in the 2v2 feels now even more essential, considering you got another Rogue Reynor game coming up. You've got Serral games coming up. It's not looking great for you if you're NoAce Jin right now, being down 0 and 2. Especially if you lose this and you're down 0 and 3. It feels brutal, to say the least. What's up, Daisy? Thank you so much for the 16 months. For the fresh new Prime sub. I saw the 16 on your name and just turned that into 16 months, apparently. My brain is just saying what it wants right now. Thank you so much for the fresh new Prime sub. Appreciate the support. Thank you for supporting the WardiTV events as we just move some people out of the player slots and just get Trigger to join us here for the rest of this as well. Cool. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, just waiting for Trigger to join us here, guys. Couple moments and get set to go. And see what we can do. Rogue and yeah, so as the fun thing about Noise Jin is that they have been using the chat channel the whole time in the Discord to communicate, and so I get the pings from them every now and again, and today they've been discussing what to do on this map together. So yeah, being kind of fun to see that aspect of it as we get ready to go into this TVT. So yeah, they've been discussing a little bit. I think SOS is basically talking about trying to block the expansions and kind of, what the rush distance is and what time you need to be there for. So, yeah, a little bit of discussion on that. It's going to be Zerg Protoss versus Zerg Protoss. I'm intrigued as to what the guys decide to do here as we jump into New Better Chaos map number 3. Basilisk are looking to extend this to a 3-0 lead and really solidify themselves in this upper bracket final. Noise Jinner are looking to put themselves on the board. And we'll see if they can do that. As in the top, the blue and the purple will belong to Rogue and SOS, looking to get themselves a map here. While in the bottom right, the red and the yellow will belong to Serral and Trigger for game number 3 of this best of 9 series. Let's see what happens next as the Basilisk boys get set up. Not sure what to expect then overall as Rogue and SOS. SOS does get there and blocks the right side base, but then Serral just takes the left side base instead, so so yeah, a little bit of a blockage goes down, but then Serral just takes the left side instead, and as such, that is going to be an expansion coming down. Obviously, Trigger does not need to expand as quickly. So yeah, so it's got one pylon down, but that would be it. And now just going to be seeing the assembler in the gateway continue to come about for a couple of moments. Well, coming about, hatch gas pool coming through, nothing too surprising over there just yet, really. Everything looking pretty standard for at least a couple moments. A little bit of pinging coming around, just going to have the hatch gas pool coming about, a couple of drones on the way, the gate and the cyber core continue to build. Again, the 3 hatch all setting up. At the moment, as you just see the drone to the low ground. Trigger is still one base at the moment. He obviously opened with a couple of gateways, so they are, in general, being a little bit more aggressive here. SOS only has... Oh, no, sorry. SOS just finished up a second gate, too, so they're both going to be on 2 gates, the Protoss players. And the Zergs both taking an opportunity here to start some link speed up. Rogue actually ends up with the assimilator to mine from, so a little bit more efficient. We talked about that yesterday. How obviously the Zerg has to, kill a drone essentially to build an extractor. So the assimilator is essentially better overall. It costs more minerals between the team, but you don't lose out on a worker because you have one more worker mining the entire time, right? And Depths will walk out. A couple of Zerglings actually walk by. Again, that Twilight Council still building through. The next coming up, Sentries and the Warp Gate coming online as well. Now, Zergling Speed will be building on the side of Rogue. Nice couple of Stalkers going to be there to fight against the Adepts, so again we chase those back. We push them away for a few moments here. Get that all set up for now. Full of batteries coming up to all the Adepts out. Just going to force them to recall home, so Trigger just brings them straight back. Would rather keep them alive than lose them. Serral takes a third hatch. Expansion from Trigger. Still no expand on the side of SOS, so they are sending it, guys. And Basilisk are realizing it because the spines are coming through. The Lings are coming up. We are going to have a Baneling nest soon. SOS actually starts to expand behind this, so now I'm kind of intrigued because he's still only on 2 gateways. Rogue also going to start drawing, so what? They're going to force a big... they're going to cancel the third base. Force a lot of attention to be paid to this attack. Oh no! SOS, okay, in trouble. Just drops the recall. Loses only 1 Stalker there, but yeah, I mean, this is a complete shutdown on the attack. Like I say, SOS, he might have started to build the expand, but he's still late on the expansion, right? So it's still going to be... I mean, this really doesn't do anything for you because those Stalkers just get caught, and this becomes even more of a disaster for the No-Ace Jin squad, who are in a whole world of trouble right now. The Overlord goes down, the Sentry, Stalker, Adept continues to move forward. A couple of Adepts will take a shade. And just going to be trying to rally themselves to that upper left-hand side. Some extra Ling Bane coming up from Rogue. So what do they do here? Rogue's building units like he needs them. But in reality, I actually think he just needs to drone and try and set up for a longer scenario, no? Like, SOS is setting up for the future, while behind in the game. I think Rogue just needs to try and be a little bit greedy himself already, otherwise he just ends up in a very tough position. The Stalkers, the Sentries, a couple of Adepts will step themselves across here. A couple of Lings from Rogue trying to at least get some information as they move by. Running into this natural just initially. And into the main base. So again, those Lings getting a good scout off here just for the moment. Things coming back over. An Evolution Chamber going to come down. That Blink still building from SOS. A couple Overlords in the gateway. All producing through. Lair and the Overlords all coming online as well. Queen's ready to throw a couple more injects into place here and there. Hallucination still taking some damage from the Queen. That will finish soon. A few roaches coming about. We've got the pounds on the way, plus some missiles coming up at the Nexus on. Let's see if Zerglings get over to the side. The Queen is able to get rid of the hallucination, so able to take that grab. And the Stalker is able to get the Lings. A couple spines setting up. Defenses are good here. I don't imagine SOS and Rogue find a way to attack. But maybe they're just going to send it anyway. I mean, Blink on the way, extra gate, Lings, Ravages. I just don't think anything's lined up properly here right now for SOS and Rogue, as we're going to catch those Adepts at least. Rogue does have the highest supply in this game. Equal drone count. SOS actually has a couple more Stalkers. He just doesn't have Blink for a few more moments, so let's see what we can do. The Bane's morphing in, going to kind of pack a little bit of a punch initially. Obviously going to be very important to kind of break through, especially like the spines and this initial line of defense. And the first Ling's going to start running through. Force fields expire. We're going to force field a couple of the Banes out. Now the Banes is going to roll in over into the center. I mean, if they're splashing on anything, I feel like that's probably a fair success from the Banelings. Problem is, once they're used up, they're used up. SOS trying to overpower now as he jumps forward onto everything that's left here. Serral does not have a lot of supply. He's trying to counterattack. SOS is actually the one who's coming through with a lot of the Stalkers currently to try and maybe make this work. Rogue doesn't have many Roaches left. The Ling's on the other side, and Rogue has to deal with that. He's in trouble, but Serral's supply is going down. I'm not sure where Trigger is at with units. There's a few Stalkers now still around. Can we win some kind of a Blink battle here? Becomes the question. I don't know if he can. And SOS and Rogue might have just found the attack to break through. I don't know if they break through, but what I do think they do at the very least is obviously push a couple of bases back. Do they keep trying to force the issue? Serral's about to hit +1 missile upgrade, so he's going to be in a better position in this game if you if you back off and let him play. Trying to move forward here. Obviously the Stalker's able to blink back. The Corrosive Bowel's forcing you forward. Makes it a very complicated fight. Rogue trying to hang on in here. Serral doing a bit of damage to Rogue, slowing him down that little bit. A big deal as well. As we're now going to see, can SOS and Stalkers actually hang on to this? The Roaches of Serral now upgraded. More Stalkers from Trigger showing up as well, and I think they're going to have enough to defend in the end. Wow. Great shove from Rogue and SOS. It just didn't have enough behind it in the end to truly send this. And now they get overwhelmed. GG has to be called. Trigger blinking forward to play cleanup. Serral and Trigger get the hold, they get the defense. And Basilisk will establish a 3-0 lead in this best of 9 series. So, 3-0 lead here from Basilisk, and they are going to be absolutely running off into the distance with this series right now. This one is absolutely going wrong, as we're going to go to Mothership for some more ZVZ. This one will be on West to favor Rogue a little bit then. Get this set up. It'll be Rogue versus Reynor. So, Rogue Reynor, a little bit of ZVZ once again. Can Rogue put Jin Air onto the board? Is going to be the question. After this, Serral against SOS as well. Doesn't feel great for if you lose this, SOS on Serral is going to feel really bad. So, I guess we'll see as we get ready to kick this off. Give me 1 sec, guys. Alright, players are ready. ZZ set. Count this down and kick off into Game 4. Basilisk looking to, keep the momentum going, I guess, at the end of the day. They played, obviously, Basilisk and Nojin and I played in the group stages as well. And it was a very different series, because that's one of the ones that Basilisk actually ended up losing. And that was actually 1-5. Rogue took a map of Serral. Reynor beat SOS, but then they lost. Basilisk lost the 2v2. They lost Creator against Trigger, and they lost Goblin against Rogue. I mean, just everything not going Jin Air's way today. Creator Trigger is definitely one of the games they can look at to win. They didn't get the win on the ZVZ yet. They didn't get the win in the 2v2. Yeah, like it's all going wrong. I mean, I actually think all the series, all the games so far have had possibilities for Jin Air. Obviously, some more so than others, but to not get a single map win thus far puts you into trouble. Map 4 of this best of 9. Couple drones on the way on both sides. It'll be a hatchery first, while Reynor goes for gas first. Not a super early gas though, it's not like a 13-12 or something. But he is going to go gas pool. Keeps him very safe in case Rogue is aggressive maybe. And we'll see if it potentially provides some opportunity as well to get something done over the next little bit of time. So get that set up, get this underway. Hatch is going to drop straight into place. Just going to be seeing the hatch, gas, and pool all coming about. That's going to be having the hatchery coming down. Come see Reynor's hatchery later. We'll have this earlier link speed, still mining some gas as well, so you will have the potential to be very aggressive here with fast bailing nest as well. Oops, sorry guys. Trying to pick up a drink, hitting the buttons. Evo chamber hatch coming through, so looks as though that gas is not going to be for a bane nest, but instead a fast upgrade here from Reynor. And he'll have that slightly faster link speed to apply some pressure with as well. We'll see how much he wants to try and do with it over these next few moments. Couple links, chase a couple of links. Melee upgrade is starting, link speed on the way. Bringing that through for the moment. Queen's going to get the link speed is about to finish. The melee upgrade still coming through. Couple lings, just going to chase out a couple of the lings. Just going to be seeing the Baneling Nest coming up and online. The melee upgrade still building by. So yeah, we are going to see Rogue going to be the one with the Baneling Nest, but Reynor with the melee upgrade. I mean, if Rogue plays into the Ling Bane, the thing about melee is obviously it helps in Ling versus Ling, but it doesn't help you against the Banelings. It's not like Carapace where it helps you to survive a Baneling shot at least. So the Banes can really, if you've got no Banes of your own as Reynor, it could be something that Rogue really leans on here as a way to take a bit of an advantage right now. This Baneling Nest coming up at the back. Just our Zerglings building, the melee upgrade coming through. The Lair on the way, the Hatch on the way. The Zergling's going to run at the other Zerglings here. We got a couple of Banes morphing already. He's chasing that other Zergling down. The Queen on the hunt. I do see the Baneling Nest in the back, but I don't think that's super crazy. I mean, Rogue got to be kind of expecting that anyway, no? No Lair is building, so he's going to take the tech advantage there, but obviously he will trail. I wonder if he goes Spire, and maybe if he feels as though his opponent's going to commit heavily to the ground, maybe he can go Spire and utilize the mutas, while Reynor is not kind of able to tech up and go into Spire himself. Maybe Spire is the safest kind of advance from here. Spire puts you in a good spot. The only thing I don't love about Spire is obviously Lings running by, mutas can be kept at home a long time. But I don't really see what else Rogue does. I mean, so unless you're going to start Baneling speed, you see that Baneling being used here. Needs to pull off a defense right now. This is where the melee upgrade does come into effect. If you have Lings just fighting things without the Banes hitting them, you do just about save this Queen. What do we just morph gas into? Just Banelings, so... Yeah, right now, the problem with the Lair right now is that you've just got no gas to utilize because you're actually morphing in so many Banelings, so you don't even have the gas income to make the most of this scenario. So this just becomes a true and through and through disaster, quite frankly. And there's a couple of Banes going to get chased. I feel like Rogue's in trouble, man. Like, you've built this Lair, and like I say, you're just not going to get anything out of it anytime soon. Lings and Banes to try and break through at the front. Reynor with that melee upgrade going to keep him in a good position here. Carapace upgrade starting. The Lings on the other side from Rogue. Running through as well. The Queen taking a few more shots. Not going to drop just yet. The Lings are still fighting. Drones keep going down. A lot of damage being dealt. There's 16 additional Zerglings come up into play. A couple of extra Banes are going to come morphing through as well. Just going to be seeing the rest of these Lings getting by. The Queen is going to get jumped on. And we are just going to be seeing the rest of this continue to come through. So that Queen goes down already. Again, we get the extra Lings, the Queen, the Carapace upgrade, extra Banelings coming online as well. It is feeling as though that this defense is made. There's the Spire from Rogue. But again, I mean, this has been over a minute from when the Lair finished. Imagine this was the Spire finishing now and you have some gas to make mutas. Yeah, then I actually kind of like the position. Instead, it feels like we've got an eternity to wait until Rogue is able to get something different on the map and to help him out here against what is now an onslaught of Banelings, quite frankly. There's going to be so many available here from Reynor. This defense is becoming less and less likely in my eyes, and I'm going to lead in with a couple of the Banes here. Just going to be seeing that Queen's obviously going to be in some trouble. Good micro so far. That's a great Baneling. It hits a lot of Banes and brings them low. But that's going to be about it. We've got like 8 Lings spawning. We have no Queen defense. These Banes can legitimately just run up into the main base and just aim at the mineral line, and there's going to be no stopping them. Kaboom for 13 drones. Rogue goes to 9 supply. He has 1 worker left, and this game just falls away from him. And apparently he sits in a little bit of disbelief because it's definitely not a game you can sit in and bring it back on. Reynor going to take the second against Rogue today, and it's going to be a 4-0 lead for Basilisk with SOS. Having to play against Serral next. Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and say I think it's fair to say that this is not feeling good for NoisGener. They might have to just look at that lower bracket and figure that out. See if SOS can pull off an upset and keep this series alive, as we're going to go to White Rabbit here in just a moment. It'll be server preference Serral as well, just to really make this tougher. Yeah, I think NoisGener might be having a peek at the lower bracket finals against Villains of SE2 to fight for a spot in the grand final and just reset, go again, maybe some better matchups, maybe some lessons learned from this first series. When we get there, as I move Serral up, I am missing SOS. Cool. As long as I know he's missing, we can, we know who we need to get in this lobby. He was here before, so he should be here again soon. This would be our first 5-0 of the playoffs, which we've actually had very competitive playoffs. Even when it's been 5-2, you could see like, oh, a map here could have just really turned everything to like an ace match. But yeah, it's been a team league which in general that we've not seen a lot of like dominance in, because there's been a lot of matches even in the group stage. It's like, okay, in the group stage there's some games where it's like the big favorites against the underdogs were 6-0, right? But realistically as well in the group stage, like there was a lot of competition between some of the teams you would expect to kind of do the stomping. You know, no one went like 6-0, 6-0, 6-0 through their matches, right? Like here's been an entire league where, you know, the competition has really been high, and everyone's been like competitive and fighting and stuff, and this is the first time I feel like I'm really seeing two teams which can challenge. I mean, No Ace Jinner went 5-1 against Basilisk in the freaking group stage, so like this is the first time I feel like we're really seeing a couple of teams that should be able to challenge each other really just getting swept. And like I said, I didn't love the matches for No Ace Jinner, but you could see how they could win. Like Rogue getting a map of Reynor does not seem unreasonable. Creator taking a map of Trigger does not seem unreasonable. The 2v2 is not unreasonable, right? And then you're playing a very different series if a couple of those games go your way, but none of them have. And as such, this best of 9 sits on the precipice of ending. As in the bottom left, to try and take us to another 2v2 game and to keep this series alive, the blue Protoss player is sOs. In the top right, our red Zerg will be Serral. He sits at 4-0 with his team, and he will play a pool first. He's just going to play no nonsense here. I'm sure Basilisk are probably looking at this and saying, hey, you know what we want to do? We want to just get into that grand final and just take it easy. You guys can go battle against MaxPax, Solar, and Percival in the lower bracket for a couple hours, and we'll see whoever we see in a couple hours when we're well rested and ready to play in that next matchup. So that's our that's what we're looking at here. And as we take a few moments, get this ready to go. Yeah, just has been an absolute has been an absolute battering so far playing simple. Hard to really say it any other way, you know. Take a couple of moments. Lings hatched, Queen, the extractor coming through initially. Lings across the map. Obviously, you got the pool first. You may as well put the units across the other side. Stargate coming up. As can be seen, the Nexus coming through. The Stalker and the Pro continue to come about right now. You're just going to see the Fuelings continue to nip at that pylon for a couple moments. Getting that underway. Things will just come about. Just going to be seeing the probes continue to come around. Is this just game? That's pretty brutal. 8 probes go down. I mean, SOS. We knew it wasn't going to be pretty, but like this is already kind of disaster sort of territory. The entire main base not mining, no gas income right now. Serral just takes a third, and he might just be taking more than this third. He might just be taking this entire game, and hence this series. That is going to be, yeah, that's going to be brutal. Obviously, SOS just played the kind of the greedy build with the earlier gas, so I believe he goes gas first, and then just getting punished by even like a later pool. Like if you get 12 pooled here, you just die because you go gas first, no scout. But he actually was a later pool. It was just still pool first, and you can see just how much damage still gets done because you just don't have units out and ready, and this is just pain and misery. Pain and misery, guys. I've got nothing else left to give you for then descriptors than that. Yeah, we're actually going to get 4 drones, which is nice from the Oracle. I mean, we'll not call it over yet, but it's obviously a great start from Serral. He's about to have link speed. He's chasing down the one Stalker on the map. I mean, uh-oh, that wall is open. What is that Stalker doing? We also have no warp gate started. You know, sometimes you just... I think this is a case of, like, the game is so over that SOS is just forgetting how to do everything else. Basilisk, pure dominance, straight up. Not even just in the series. Game to game was pretty dominant from Basilisk. Just can't really say much else about it, guys. That is just a very, very convincing showing. And Basilisk moves straight through to the grand finals. And Noise Jinner get knocked down to the lower bracket final. Alrighty, well, we will take a second and get ready to go into this next series, guys, which is going to be the lower bracket finals. So we'll get this set up. Funnily enough, it is the same map list, because apparently I didn't think about that. So I'll grab those and get this ready to go. Missions at the Jinner, guys. Cool. So we'll let the teams discuss which maps everyone wants to play on and everything. Get that on the way. So immediately messages me the players. All right. Apparently they'd already decided their players yesterday, so we are set on the side of villains. Cool. So cool. I tell you what, I will begin to edit the Wikipedia entry, because if I already have one of the team's players, then I can set them in straight away and then just add the others as I get them. Probably just makes this a little easier to show you guys who's going to be playing who. So it's going to be the villains that I have the roster for. Cool. Give me 1 second then, guys. I'm just going to do this. Like I said, it'll just make it easier for me to show you guys what the matchups are going to be once we get them. Cool. Got that ready. Then we just need to have the Noise Jinner guys send us their roster. Obviously, they've been playing, so they'll take a few more moments and so before we get ready to rumble. Cool, cool, cool. Do do, boom boom. So guys, we just take a few moments and get this going shortly. Then again, Serral does not feel very nice. Even worse when it's like, it just goes so wrong so quickly, and it's just like, oh, I didn't even get to try to face one of the best players in the world, and I'm really, you know what I mean? It's just like, well, I didn't even get to really start. Oof. 35 messages in the Noah's Jeanette chat so far, guys. SOS is saying go, go, go. So, they might have decided what to settle on here. But no message from them to me just yet, so still waiting to confirm their match order. We'll do that as soon as possible. Again, hope everyone's having a great Sunday. Hope you've all had a fun weekend so far. And yeah, thanks for joining us for some StarCraft today. Have a good time. Some more games. Very exciting. Again, hope everyone's doing good. Like I say, let me know what's up. Let me know what's happening. Let me know how we're feeling. We have about 6 minutes left to submit their rosters. Like I say, I want to give them, fair time to talk through, think about who might be playing where. Obviously, you got to keep it going, but this is just a natural slowing that happens. Cool. I think I've got it. So I'm just going to add it to the Wikipedia, guys, and then we can go through it. No problemo. Right, let me just double check these are correct, guys, and then I will show them to you as well. So just give me one more moment, and then you guys will have my full attention again. And so we're all set up. Just double check everyone is incorrectly. Rogue, creator rogue, creator SOS, solar, Max solar, Percival, Max Percival, Max. Cool. Villains have the server preference, so MaxPax gets first server preference. Let me host the game, guys, and I'll get this on the way. Cool. So this is hosting. Let me show you guys what the match is going to look like then. And we can do this now without being distracted. Perfect. First of all, Deadly Donkey Kitten, thank you so much for the 18-month resub. Go, Wardy. Thank you so much, mate. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. All right. This is the matchup. So, Noes Genev versus Villains of SE2 begins with SOS and MaxPax. Then we're going to have Rogue against MaxPax. Rogue and SOS will take on MaxPax and Percival. Rogue will then battle Percival. Creator will fight Percival. Creator and Rogue take on MaxPax and Solar. And then Creator against Solar and SOS against Solar at the end. I think Noes Genev are going to have to do some serious work in the first 6 maps, because I think it gets very scary for them down here. That's obviously tough when you got MaxPax to start as well. These maps in the middle are going to be so important, plus probably an upset somewhere. Yeah, SOS gets MaxPax and Solar. That's a rough deal for him. We'll see if he can magic something up. Those are the games. They are all on Wikipedia if you want to check them out. And we will get ready to go in just a few moments. Just moving us all over and around and getting ready to invite people in to get this started. Cool, cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool. All right, thanks for your patience, guys. I was just adminning the stuff and getting it all going. Two matches left between us and the end of the season. SOS has joined us here now. I'm missing MaxPax, who is online, just needs to join the lobby. Give him a lobby link just in case. And yeah, SOS MaxPax is in PvP to start us off. Again, hope everyone's doing great. Thanks for joining us. You know, I like the Pokemon TCG. What about the Pokemon video games? Am I playing Champions at all? Or it's not my thing. No, I'm not into it. I'm actually big out of love with Pokemon in general at the moment. Even the TCG, I'm realizing there's other games that are more fun. Yeah, I'm kind of moving on a little bit, sadly. Yeah, I've never been into VGC. And Champions looks like a buggy mess, so... I thought maybe I'd try it out with Champions, but it seems like it's not good from what everyone's telling me, so I'm interested at all, sadly. Alright. It is officially start time. Cool. Just going to double check the players are ready, and we can start this off and get this underway, guys. Just a couple of moments. Get this ready to go. Ready. Kick this into some action. Ready says MaxPax. Ready says SOS. It's PvP time. So, villains get the higher seed initially. What will be interesting then, so they get the higher seed initially. Yeah, they get the highest seed initially, obviously, so they get the first server preference. So what do the servers look like? So this is Central, then Noes Genev get West for Rogue against MaxPax, and then it's Korea versus Korea for the rest of it. So basically Central, West, and then it's not really going to matter. Cool. All right, let's get into it then, guys. Let's send this and get this started off as we have in the top right-hand side, the blue Protoss player. To kick off this best of 9, can they get a map on the day? Obviously, getting 5-0'd by Basilisk is not a great way to start out. Let's see if they can turn it around. The Noes Genev squad begins with SOS, the blue Protoss, in the top right corner of Old Republic. Unfortunately, he plays against one of the best PvPers known to this StarCraft 2 community. In the bottom left-hand corner, it is going to be the orange Protoss player, MaxPax. But this is essentially a best of 1, and you tell me that SOS can take a map of MaxPax in the best of 1. I have to wholeheartedly agree. Is he the favorite? No. Can he take a best of 1 game off of him? Absolutely. So, while I don't love it for SOS, let's see what exactly we can do as we get this working. Gates on the way up, assimilators coming down, and get settled in here for the first few moments of this. Get this all started and see where we will take things. Let's put our camera on someone. Inu. Let's go Inu. Been enjoying Inu's obsin lately. As we get started up and ready to play. Getting this simulator, pylon coming in. Just going to have the gateway coming up as well over to the sides. Just going to get that started for a couple moments. Probe will nibble at the other probe for a couple seconds. Little bits of damage being done. A bit of fighting. A bit of skirmishing. Do you have the cyber core coming up on both sides? Again, there's L coming through. Add those probes on. Get that all underway. Just going to see the probe back down to the low ground here for a couple moments as well. Going to be having the adept continue to come by then for a couple of moments, so we just get that on the way for a little bit, try and see what else is going on. And we'll have the, again, Nexus and the Stargate continue to come by. That's going to be seeing the adept and the Wolf Gate coming up as well. The Sentry chases, the probe takes some damage. We're not going to be seeing the pylon still coming through as well. I'm just going to be having the Nexus on both sides of the map. Stargate's building from SOS and from MaxPax. And just bringing a lot of that into play for the moment. Probe comes all the way up around the top side again, stoking the Warp Gate coming about. Stargate and the Nexus coming online from both players. Probe, Adept, Warp Gate, Oracle on the way through. We get that started here. We're just going to see the hallucination still heading down to the bottom for a couple moments now. Trying to figure out what else is happening. SOS sees that it's an Oracle. So what does he do with his Stargate? Does he just insta-build a Phoenix and try and take a Phoenix lead? Yes. And obviously you can also use that Phoenix to help defend against the Oracle as well. So I imagine that's going to be the plan over the next few moments. We'll drop a battery into this natural mineral line. Just have ourselves the batteries setting up. Again, Oracle on the way from MaxPax. The Warp Gate still coming through. The Twilight Council are going to go around the back corner there. A couple of Adepts will threaten their way up into the high ground here, trying to find something. Not quite going to find it just yet. So we've seen the Phoenix still shooting, Oracle still taking some damage, Stalkers in the Sentry will actually hit as well. So MaxPax is going to lose the Oracle, no saving it, no recalling it back home. On his way to the Twilight Council already though, so he's well into switching up what's going on here. Gonna lift up one of these Adepts with the Phoenix, and that allows us to get the kill on it. So one Adept goes down. Now there's one Adept in the main mineral line though. We have a Phoenix lift, which I guess we don't need because there's a battery in range of the probe, so we're just fine. Just gonna get the other gateway units here, and SOS defends everything early. Now MaxPax is very quick to the Twilight. I do like that SOS just says, cool, I'm gonna go Robo, because I don't think him playing a later Blink than MaxPax is gonna be great, but if he has Robo and Immortals, it's a very different style. And then maybe you get away with your tech actually coming down a little bit later that it's coming down now. Like I say, I think I kind of like that in comparison to the alternative. So, you can see Robo Facility and Company all coming up still. Get that on the way. Phoenix hitting about. Again, a couple of gateways coming into play. Just going to morph those into Warp Gates. The Twilight Council still Corona boosting along. Getting that Blink brought up over these next few moments to drop another gate or so down. Again, Robo Facility about to finish from SOS. Gate and the Nexus continue to come through. Stalker and a couple more probes coming across as well. Just going to see the Oracle going to stasis ward for a single probe right there as well. Just going to grab that for a few moments. And that Oracle going to recall into the upper right-hand side. A couple Stalkers in the center. Just going to nibble at the pylon. And a few Phoenix taking a few more shots, and the probe goes down. Pylon taking a little bit more damage as well. For those probes, just going to get jumped on. Just going to work on those. The battery's still trying to do a little bit of healing as well. Off we go. The Phoenix lifting, Phoenix killing, doing that thing, doing their duty for the moment at least. Stalker's up around that top side. Just going to be seeing the Nexus. Going to get jumped on as well. That Blink still continuing through here. Just Gonna see one Stalker being forced back. MaxPax applying pressure, but here's the Immortal. And then with the battery there, I don't think that Immortal can get jumped on and picked off too easily. So MaxPax just steps away. Has to repower his gateway before he can warp in more units aggressively here. And we'll focus on that in the next few moments. Stalker's gonna come back around. One Stalker gets very low. That will be about it for the moment. Let's just move up the right. Stalker's gonna get the Immortal already. Couple more shots coming through. Just gonna be seeing the Stasis Ward gets popped. Oh, obviously losing the Immortal's big. Can this next Immortal stay alive? Probably not. Big blink onto it, and the SOS doesn't have the numbers. Here are the Phoenix, man. We could have done with them a few moments sooner. Take 3 Stalkers away from this, and the difference in how long the Immortals last is a really big deal. SOS just gets bullied by the Stalkers, and that's going to be GG's. MaxPax and the villains take game 1. That was, if the Phoenix is there, I don't know if it saves him, but it makes it a lot better than what it actually was in the end, so could have maybe been a bit nicer. As we're going to go Celestial Enclave map 2, and Rogue will battle MaxPax here for his second game, as no ways Jin Air just need a map. One map at all today. Just get themselves going, get themselves revved up a little bit. Because so far, it has not been a great experience for the Jin Air guys. They're having a pretty miserable championship Sunday. Not a great day to have a bad day, huh? Not a great day to have a bad day. What's up, Falcon Takagi? How you doing, mate? 72 months, the 6-year resub. Appreciate it, mate. Hope you're doing well. Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed for the 6 freaking years. Amazing. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ready, go, go. Ready says Maxi Paxi. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Start this game then. Players have been pretty good at just getting into games and getting going in this event. Appreciate that, because best of 9s could obviously take a while, so limiting the downtime between games is very positive generally. Thought we were going to have a decent game, then MaxPax just said nope. Yeah. Brutal, huh? Brutal. Brutal. Alrighty, guys. Kick this off. We get this going. Into game number 2. Yeah, I actually thought SOS was set up okay, but like he just needs to be able to survive then. And the Phoenix being AFK in a corner and not existing is not a path to survival, basically. So yeah, just not gonna do it for you in that regard. As we see an extractor cancel, and we get started up here just for now. Get this on the way. Rogue in the top right side is our blue Zerg player. Game number 1 of this game number 2 of this best of 9. He's taking on MaxPax in the bottom left. He's looking to give the villains a 2-0 start to this lower bracket final. They can get another win here. I mean, MaxPax would love to do that. Rogue would love to stop him. If you can take MaxPax at 1-1, that's one of the pathways to kind of beating this team, right? Limit what MaxPax gets done. You know, if you go 1-1 against Solo and MaxPax, then I feel like it's a very possible series. And that's not easily done, but it's not impossible, you know? Oh, we do have the probe coming about for a few moments. Just going to be seeing the drone there to nibble. Back and forth a couple seconds. Hey, what's up, Salita V? How are you doing? Thank you so much for the 15-month resub on the Prime. Thanks for the efforts and great tournament, Wardy. GGHF. Thank you so much, mate. Appreciate it. Thank you for subbing up. If you guys are out there and enjoying the tournament, obviously do consider supporting, subscribing. It's a massive way to support the channel. And allows us to obviously push out a whole bunch more SE2 for you guys. We also have the WardiTV Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV, where 100% of anything pledged goes directly into WardiTV tournament prize pools. Any support there is massive, because the more support we get there, the better prize pools we can put up, the better tournaments we can run for you guys. Also I haven't mentioned it yet today, which is a little bit criminal of me, but might get away with it. Our sponsors for the WardiTV Team League are Crate Entertainment. They sponsored the entire event. The entire prize pool came straight from Crate, so thank you so much to them. You can find out more about them in the Twitch chat if you type in !Crate, and if you would like to find out more. So !Crate, go check that out, and you can have a little bit of a look to see what's going on in their game development world. I appreciate you guys checking out our lovely sponsors. What's up, France? Thank you so much for the 87-month resub finals hype. Hell yeah. I kind of want to see the villains against Basilisk in the finals, personally. So I'm not too upset that MaxPax got that first game. I do want to see a good series here, though. I do want to see Noah's Jin actually getting some maps. They've been actually really solid throughout the league. It'd be truly sad to see them just kind of not find that kind of groove at all in this lower bracket final after that upper bracket final fell apart for them already. I'm doing a Grim Dawn run right now. Hell yeah, that's what we love to hear. Love it. Yeah, shout out to Crate. Make some great games, and they help us to make some great tournaments. Thank you so much to them again. Amazing to see as the lag comes up, Ling speed coming through. Just settling down for a couple of moments here and having ourselves the couple of adepts. What are you poking about? Uncle moving over, and we do have ourselves the couple of Adepts will join in. Let's see what MaxPax can do early against Rogue. Adepts going to commit. The Lings are there. Obviously, the Queen trying to fight the Oracle. Now the Adepts have the Queen as well. Can we get the Queen? No. Fun little dance. MaxPax clearing up a lot. The Adepts going to shade away. The Oracle flies away. The Adepts actually shade up into the main base, but they'll continue to apply pressure then. Over these next few moments. In they go. Hydroden coming about, just going to see the extra drones on the way. Blink, gateways, and the forge continue to come through. Hydroden is going to be finishing very shortly. The Overseer still building. The Oracle will be there to push the Lings back out into the center of the map also, so pushing those back in that direction for now. Oracle, Overseer, just going to be checking about. Stalker going to poke. Overseer will take a bit of damage. Let's get that +1 attack upgrade coming about on the forge, so we get that going. We get a few Hydras coming about. The Hydra speed is still building through as well. Maybe seeing the Oracle still activating a couple more of these drones. Going down as well, going to drop a little Revelation into play. Hydras, missiles, the Musco augments still building about. Just going to see the Oracle pulling back around. A lot of units from MaxPax gathering in the bottom of the map as well. These next few moments, see what we can do. Lings going to get caught in the stasis. Stalker's looking to keep poking as we are going to see MaxPax looking to push up. I mean, Hydras are out. With enough Lings in front, Hydras can be very good defensively here. They put out a lot of damage quickly, so kind of watching on those. Just gathering. Hydras going to join up. Oracle's overhead, dropping a little bit of a Revelation into play as well. Going to see what else they can do. The Lings, Hydra's going to be chasing those Stalkers, and the Oracle's getting pushed away for a couple of moments. Being kept away from this just overall right now, so some things back. Now going to be seeing the Stalkers, going to get surrounded by Hydra Ling. A couple of those Stalkers have to keep blinking away. The +1 attack upgrade is coming through. And those Hydra's still chasing upwards. Those Stalkers getting pushed again away once more. Just for now, Ling Hydra going to get in front again. A couple of Stalkers getting grabbed. Stasis going to activate just a couple of Lings. And Rogue is going to chase MaxPax out of here. Now, MaxPax's tech is already looking good. Storm about to finish, +2 in the charge. Typical upgrades that you see at this point are going to be following up as well. So all of that continues straight over now. It's going to be seeing the Lurker Den going to drop down as well. So it's going to put that into place already. And just going to be seeing the +2 attack, the charge, all coming by. The Nexus, the Probes, the Robo Facility, High Templar coming up as well. So bringing a lot of that over. And that charge coming through. The few of the Hydras and the Lings are going to get themselves onto these rocks. So Rogue's still trying to be kind of feisty, but he shouldn't want to be that feisty because he's building the Lurker Den. That suggests you're going to be playing into the later stage of this. And so if you're playing to the later stage of this, you don't need to be kind of fighting to win here and now. If anything, it just puts these Hydras in dangerous positions, and you want to try and preserve some of your units at least. I don't mind him getting the rocks down though, right? It opens a pathway to attack later on. Couple more shots sailing Serious Stalkers and a couple High Templar gathering about. How's going to get over there, pick away at the assimilator already. They'll just keep coming about, going to try and fight. So that's going to chase. Hydra's getting pushed. Ling, Lurker continue to come through here. Fleet Beacon and the Prism coming up. Archon and +2 coming by. Going to be seeing the Hydra, Ling, Lurker all building through here at the moment from Rogue. +2 missiles is on the way as well. Oh, those Lurkers are going to do mega damage. MaxPax did not see them initially. So they actually got a really good shot off into the center of the Stalkers. So MaxPax gets beat upon for a moment or two. What's the hive for? I mean, you need... Well, in theory, he should be getting Lurker upgrades, no? So in theory, Lurker upgrades, although right now he's not doing anything with the hive, but that should just be a mistake. Like, there's no way you don't want these Lurkers to have range and adaptive talons and so on. Because these Stalkers would have had a much tougher time doing anything there if they already had upgrades. But yeah, in theory, we should just have Lurker upgrades at any point. Rogue, he's going to push forward here right now. Lurkers burrow further up. Problem is, MaxPax has 4 bases across the bottom side of the map. He is going to deflect this Prism quite nicely, so that part goes very well. Lurker shots again, just going to aim at this army and keep things at bay. There's Adrenal Gland starting, so there we do see some upgrades finally starting to come through. Why are we kind of confused why we're not doing anything with the Lurker upgrades, though? So we see those Lurkers able to burrow up. The High Templar get pushed away here. Hydra's still coming around. Thank you, my Amaranth, for the 30-month resub on the Prime as Rogue continues to set up aggressively right here. Across the map, the Zealot's going to run up that ramp and just jump onto a Hydra to begin with. Queen pulls back. A few Zerglings run through, jumping on those Zealots as well. So they will get caught, and the rest of these Zealots going down. Also, the Lurkers burrow up. Going to play cleanup on everything else, and just going to be seeing a few more structures going down on the bottom side of the map. And Tempest still coming through. A couple Tempests just coming about. Lurkers still going to fire. And Zealots go down. The Tempests continue over, and just going to clean those Lurkers up for the moment as well. So the Lurkers get pushed away. Seismic Spines, Adrenal Glands. Finally getting those Lurkers with their range upgrade just feels like it's, like I say, it was just late, but we're going to get there. Obviously, the Spire preparation for the Tempest that coming out. Getting into a real proper later game here between Rogue and MaxPax. Is that something Rogue is okay with? Or is MaxPax just going to excel in these later stages? Don't like it for... I don't like it for Rogue from the very beginning, but I guess we'll see what happens. I guess we will see. Melee and Carapace upgrade continuing through. Gonna see those few Lings moving about, so they're gonna step across. Just gonna be seeing the rest of this army coming around the left side. Ling, Hydra, Lurker over on the right side, joining up as well. So a lot of units down to the bottom, just gonna push in towards the natural. Few Lings gonna slip by. This natural mineral line, Zealot gonna get caught. A few probes are gonna get grabbed. This Hydra's going to get pushing up here as well. Gateway goes down. Cybercore gets killed. Just going to be seeing this army continue to shove it back. Forcing the recall, so forcing the recall is nice. Still a lot of MaxPax army over on the upper right side. We're going to hit this base, but that's now going to be a little bit abandoned, though, so we got to be careful. Maybe Rogue can actually punish this. Storm, good. High Templar does not get targeted initially, otherwise he maybe could have killed it before it stormed. MaxPax is the one to lose 16 pros, but Rogue loses a ton of army, and the counterattack here may just be a killing blow from MaxPax's. Rogue's numbers are not really holding up very well. I don't think in a fight he can really do much. And I think that's going to be the big issue right now. The couple storms still dropping into place. There's just not enough army here from Rogue. These corruptors are not going to do much. But there's no protection for these lurkers, and Rogue just types the dubs to give the dub to MaxPax. And it's a 2-0 lead for the villains of SC2. And Noé's Jin continue to have a pretty miserable start of the day. And now middle of the day as well, as we will go to New Bed of Chaos for a map number 3, 2v2 time then. MaxPax and Percival are arguably one of the worst 2v2 combos, especially when you consider how good the villains have been. So maybe Rogue and SOS find their opportunity here. Maybe they get their chance to deliver a map win for the Noé's Jin squad. Maybe. If they don't win this, then it feels bad at this point if they don't win this one, because then they start getting into a really difficult position as well, just in general. So that's going to be tough too. And that's going to get very tough if they don't start getting some map wins somewhere. We're going to send this in a couple moments then, guys. We are a couple seconds away from this next map. MaxPax and Percival joining up for SOS and Rogue. In just a few moments. Looks like Rogue is in the... As soon as the Rogue is in the... replay of that last game, checking it out before he hops over here to play some 2v2. Joining us now. Rogue ready's up. Let's wait for everyone else to ready. Kick this off. Percival readies. I think we are going to be fine. Alright, I think we are good. Let's send it into this 2v2, guys. Thank you for joining us, and let's go into New Bed of Chaos for map 3. Can this series turn around? This would be very sad if we were starting to head towards another 5-0, so I'm really cheering for Noé's Jin right now. I really want them to get a point on the board. I want us to be guaranteed at least a little bit of a longer series. I mean, up next are the 2 Percival games, and I do favor the Jin guys there, but still, Percival is very good. There's no reason he couldn't win his games. So it's, you lose this, and it's very, very scary. MaxPax and Percival in the red and orange. Terran and Protoss in the top left hand of the map will be playing the blue team, SOS and Rogue for the Noé's Jin squadron. Let's see if they can, like I say, get themselves not just the first map in the series, but the first map of today. And they started off great. Remember that the reason that Noé's Jin went to the upper bracket final was because they beat the villains of SC2. But you've already seen how this is going wrong, right? Because when they beat villains of SC2 beforehand, it was a strong start. Like MaxPax beat SOS in the in one of the opening games, but there was also Rogue that took a map off of MaxPax as well, so that was a big deal. Creator took a map off Percival. They won one of the 2v2s. In fact, it was Rogue SOS versus MaxPax Percival the other day in the 2v2 as well on Friday, and that was one that went SOS and Rogue's way. So you're kind of hoping they didn't just use all their magic in the earlier rounds to kind of get this far, and now they're just out of it, because so far it feels as though they already had that curse. They beat Basilisk in the in the group stages. They just got trashed by them in the upper bracket finals. Did they play, they beat villains in the upper bracket round 1. Let's hope that doesn't mean they're going to get, like I said, trashed in return on this one again. So let's see as we get ready to roll. Probe coming about, just going to see the Cybercore and the Nexus coming through for a couple moments so we get this on the way initially. Just start this off and see where we can get to. A couple Queens, the Link Speed all building about, drones and the Links coming up, Overlord on the way. Stargate, Nexus building through as well. A couple of barracks in the reactor will continue to produce for the moment. Here it comes around. We're going to see where we can get to. It's going to have the Stalker and the Warp Gate coming about, Link Speed and the Link still coming up, Stargate, Probes, Adept, Warp Gate, all building into play. Taking a few moments there as the Reaper comes stepping across, a couple of pings coming down. The Adept going to take some damage in return from the Stalker for a few moments. The Adept will take a chance to shade down toward that bottom right-hand side. Trying to see what's going on in the next few moments. Stalker is still going to be poking. The Adept will take a bit more damage. A few more shots coming through. Queen going to get there. A little extra going down just for the moment. Seeming very reasonable as we just have the Stalkers continue to make some moves. Just going to have the Gateway and the batteries coming online. The Warp Gate's still coming up. The Oracle going to take a few shots in return now. Lings chasing up to try and jump onto a few of these Marines. That's why Percival and MaxPax have had issues in the previous rounds where it's just these early attacks kind of find them unprepared to defend. I mean, these bunkers are up, but they can't get the Marines to the bunkers because the Lings are just blocking them. The Oracle lives thanks to the battery. And we do lose a lot of these Lings. Does that take them, the wind out of the sails of this attack? Is that enough already? I mean, Rogue starts up a lair behind this. His third hatchery is already down. At the end of the day, this is not super crazy committed or anything. It's not like SOS and Rogue are on a bad work account. So, work account's fine, and they just get rid of a bunch of Percival's Marines early, taking a lot of his momentum out of this game, should he want to try and tech up and maybe take this elsewhere, or at least kind of build that army count up, or something along those lines as well. Voidray, Twilight Council, on the way here from MaxPax. So Voidray for a little bit more defense, Twilight Council to allow us to go into the... Twilight Council to allow us to go in towards some of the actual tech you might want to play a bit further down the line. We have the drones, the Overseer continue to come about. We will have the Carapace and the Rogue Speed coming up as well, so we keep bringing that through for the moment. Stalker's going to get there. The Oracle just going to be pushed away for a couple more moments. And there's going to be a gateway in the top side, so we're going to get that in position in the next few moments. We do have the Stalkers and the Voidray going to step up and go after this pylon. It will go down already, so the pylon gets killed. Oracle still moves around, still got the +1 attack upgrade coming about. Marines and the Medivacs producing. Percival and MaxPax supply-wise. Where are we at? About 155-ish, and against the 180, 190 actually from 185, let's say, from Rogue and SOS. You see a lot of that is roaches. The Dark Shrine from MaxPax gives you a lot of kind of harassment potential as well, so I imagine that's going to be a pretty big factor too. Stalker steps across, Marine will go down. Just going to see this Bioforce still gathering together. A couple of pings to come in initially as well. Big shove from MaxPax and Percival. I think Rogue and SOS should be fine here. Don't think this is super scary. Biostim is maybe a little scary. They pulled back toward the high ground. We're going to give up the low ground base of SOS if we do this. So maybe this third goes down. Yeah, I feel like by going to the high ground, you enable some of the force fields here to actually maybe become kind of working against you. There goes the base. Now there's no point defending the low ground. Obviously, if you give the base up, you give the base up. Now you may as well make them come up the high ground here. As SOS's numbers are lacking heavily to MaxPax, but Storm is still good, and the Roach Ravager kind of looking decent. We've got a Nidus that just finished up, so we'll see if that can maybe do anything on the other side of the map from Rogue here shortly. He's already, I think SOS just pinged the position they might want to go for. He's actually going to blink forward aggressively as the high ground vision is given up, so we can get a couple Stalker kills much more comfortably there. SOS is still within kind of 15-ish supply of MaxPax, and Rogue's supply is killing it. However, it is Roach focused. And we do obviously have now SOS down a base. Percival also taking a third, so really starting to take the expansion advantage. Rogue obviously is a bit ahead on expansions, but he's a Zerg. That's kind of not natural. SOS without a third does tend to struggle here over time. And Dark Temple is still building the Stalkers. Stepping up, couple tank shots going down. Marines coming about, going to ping around a few more moments. Going to keep on fighting. Roach is chasing those Stalkers. Stalkers going to take a bunch of damage. That Nidus is going to go down. It's not going to come through. The DT's going to try and step across on the other side as well. Roach Ravager still coming over. Bioforce is going to push. Siege tank coming around. The Roach Ravager going back the other way. Stalkers going to get in after the medevac. The DT's still swinging through those probes. A couple more corrosive balls onto the Stalkers as well. I'm just going to be seeing the +1 missiles, +2 carapace still setting up, a Marauder chasing those Stalkers down. You have a couple of the DTs still showing up to try and swing through and do a little bit extra as well over these next few moments. Medevac loads back up a few more Marines, and we do have the probes still stepping across. A few Roaches gathering together as well. Oh, full medevac goes down. So Percival loses this, and instantly a ping to be like, hey, look, there's a bunch of freaking Stalkers there. Percival's walking up there with the Bio Army. Meanwhile, the Rhodos army of MaxPax fights against these Roaches here. These Stalkers going to be enough to push it down for the moment. Obviously, Rogue should be looking to come in from the bottom side of this fight. TT's causing issues. Rogue is maxed out. So Rogue's supply is phenomenal, but can he make it worthwhile enough? What I do like for them in this game is that MaxPax is obviously not on a lot of tech. He's on the DTs for harassment, but otherwise he's just Stalkers and maybe some Zealots. Pushing up once again, this Roach Ravager still pushing through, just going to be looking to get on top of this. Percival's tanks are a little bit far away, not really getting involved just yet. We blink forward to set off the stasis ward. Looks as though Rogue and SOS are going to commit through to this. Blinking forward, going after medevacs. The tank does not last long either. Well, now SOS needs to be careful. He's attacking the command center and the SCVs rather than helping with the army. We need to make sure we knock enough of this army down that this is worth it. We are going to kill the command center, so that's fine. But obviously, like I say, kill its army. Maybe we could just win the game straight up right now. Rogue still holding his own. SOS and Percival both kind of down in supply in this game. It's a very interesting, all about here. And then Shadow Strike coming through. Just going to see the +3 attack upgrade coming up. Some extra Marines, the Marauder, and the Medevacs on the way through as well. Just pulled back. Stalker's going to sit there and fight. A few Roaches and Lings coming over. There's some Vials dropping into place. A couple of Marines in some trouble. Stalker's still taking damage. There's a couple of Marines going to get after the Nidus there. The DT and the Zealot's going to come swinging through. Those Roaches remain in a bunch of trouble as well, as you can see. And that will be that, it would seem, for the next few moments. Hive, Hydra Den, Roach Roarin. Still producing some Roaches here. Just bringing that through. The next continue to come up as well. Operator. Bam, bam, bam. Goes down already, so I'm just going to get grabbed with immediate effect. The Marine's still going and picking off at the Overseers. Just going to be jumping on that. The Stalkers get after the Zealot for a few moments as well. A couple of pings coming down. The Roach Ravager going to turn onto that Bioforce. Just going to be seeing the Stalkers on the bottom, cancelling the Nexus, cancelling the Pylon. Letting the Roach Ravager continue to push around and deciding which direction it really wants to come through on. Then the Roach Ravager continues over to the left side, and the Stalker's going to get jumped on a little bit here as well, as we are going to be having this Bioforce continue to gather up. Just going to be seeing this fight starting to happen. And the Roach Ravager Stalker is in a massive concave. Rogue and SOS fighting into Percival and MaxPax. Is it enough? MaxPax, again, to me, I think the issue is just he's just on Stalkers. If he had any amount of tech units here, I actually feel like I wouldn't be feeling bad about MaxPax with 150 supply, but it just being Stalkers, in this case, he's also being separated from Percival, so he's losing a lot of stuff without being able to kind of fight for himself, and his reinforcements are nowhere near. And that's obviously a big part of this as well, as we do see the Roach Ravager still chasing down the Percival group of units also. I think 220 was about 250, 260 supply from Rogue and SOS to 220. So still feels good for the No Ace Jin guys to finally take a map today. Stalker's going to push up. A couple of tanks are going to be firing. Ling Roach Ravager looking to push through. A few more shots. Stalker's taking big hits. Stalker's playing back once again. CC will drop in a few moments. Couple corrosive biles dropping into place as well. We do have ourselves the Stalkers around the top side going to reposition. Do we want to fight this Terran army? Not with that Rogue, I don't think. I don't think these Stalkers can kind of come on in. Rogue's going to shoot. The feelings going down. And here's Rogue now fight into this. MaxPax is in the bottom left, so not in position here. The SCV's pulled it by time. Oh, this is nasty. Rogue's going to lose a lot of supply. He does have lurkers now, at least, so his supply is worth a little bit more. TT's still swinging, just going to be seeing the Hydras taking some more damage. Couple of lurkers burrow up. Ravagers and the Stalkers back around on that right side again. Couple of tanks will siege. The Adrenal Glands coming up. The lurkers and the drones all coming through. It's going to be a Ravager who gets caught right away. Now we blink up to get a lurker as well. Ravagers and Hydras just going to shoot. The Stalkers get pushed back. Bio Army taking a stim around the top side. Going to go for a bit of a play into that upper right corner. The lurkers are going to hold that position though, and that's going to be a bunch of the bio turned out the other direction. So, bye-bye to that, as we are going to see the lurkers still trying to hold their own over here. This is slipping away from Rogue and SOS. It felt like they had all the damage they needed, but they just couldn't quite punch through for a final killing blow. Now Rogue lost a lot of supply, and don't get me wrong, Rogue's army is better than it has been, but it's not as large as it has been. SOS and Percival have permanently been in the state in this game of just being kind of the supporting cast. And like I say, MaxPax, the concern for me that is just on Stalkers, and I think Rogue getting to lurkers would have punished that even more so. But now Rogue doesn't have as much supply to kind of be as scary with as he did before. Stalkers trying to push back up this ramp. We do go back and forth. Bio Union's able to get rid of the Overlord. And Stalkers coming through once again. Lurker gets cancelled. A bunch of Hydras still morphing in. The Lurker's being added. We're going to take this fight here. Going to go back and forth. A bunch of those Stalkers still dropping. The Medivacs take a chance to turn back up to the top side, so they're going to try and retreat away from this as well, just for the moment. Drops a little revelation down. Stalker's going to get jumped on once more. Just going to see the couple of Zelds and the DT coming through, jumping onto those lurkers. The DT jumps onto the Nidus on the top side. Tanks are going to come sieging again. Hydra's still stepping forward. They're going to get blasted. You're going to see the Stalker still trading out as well for these next few moments. Is it just enough to hold on here? Right now, that group of lurkers will not hold on. The lurkers in the main are nice, but are they going to do meaningful enough damage soon enough? And MaxPax is going to lose a few structures here. Is that the end of the world? Absolutely not. Rogue losing a base is much more critical, and MaxPax is diving to the bottom side. The lurkers just not burrowed up over here just yet, and no Ace Jinna. It does not look as though they're going to get this map, does it? What an absolute disaster of a day for No Ace Jinna. GG says Rogue, GG says SOS. It is all going wrong today for the Jinna boys. They just cannot get a map win. Even when it felt as though they were on the verge of, like I say, just breaking through, they just need that final shove. They hit a brick wall, and they just cannot get there. And just like that, we are down 0-3. Rogue will play Percival next. We're going to hop on over to Korea, for Rogue Percival some ZVT action, but yeah, I mean, this is tough because now you don't have to win out from here, but you're going to be left with very little room for room for error, and you're playing against a super dangerous team. So yeah, wild stuff. All right, map 4 on it's Mothership, right? Mothership for the ZVT then, guys. This started in a moment. Alright, Percival and Rogue coming up out of this 2v2 battle between them and into the 1v1 battle after this Creator versus Percival. Hopefully Rogue can take down Percival and get a map going for the Jeanette guys, because if that doesn't happen, we're in a world of trouble. We really are. We're already in a world of trouble, but it unfortunately can still get worse. Just waiting for everyone to hop on over to Korea, guys. Take a couple moments and get this one started. Classic curse of 2 different WardiTV chat channels on Korea is not going to help us. Getting everyone in game quickly. Not sure if I'm missing anyone. I think we're missing the French stream. That's still online, right? Nowhere to be seen. Alright, players are ready. Everyone else is here. We are standing for some ZVT Rogue against... Oh, there they are. As we are going into Mothership for this ZVT. Alright, so Rogue, Percival, coming on up. Pick this one into Mothership. Again, thanks for joining us today, guys. Good to see you all. You're watching the WardiTV Team League Season 10 playoffs, the final day. On the bottom side of the map, a Blue Terran player part of the leading team right now with 3-0 lead. This is going to be Percival. Taking on the red Zerg in the top right corner of the map, we've got ourselves Rogue. Game 4 of this best of 9 Rogue. Obviously, it's not a must-win, but it may as well be. You lose this and you have 0 wiggle room from here on out, with some very difficult matches yet to come. And then even then, best case, you're forced in an ace match if you turn it around from here. So it is kind of time to... It's kind of time to go, I think, guys. It is kind of time to go. Oh, well, coming about, get this underway. Just going to have the Reaper and the Orbital coming through a couple of moments. do think, like Rogue ZVT, I think ZVT is one of his stronger matchups, but you can't discount Percival. Percival is a very solid player. He is very, very good himself. He comes into this as, yeah, maybe the underdog overall, but, like, still an absolute threat in this matchup, you've got to imagine. So, be interesting to see how that plays out as the drone comes up, just going to nibble at the minerals for a couple of moments. We have the Overlord set down on the bottom right side, chilling out for a little bit as well. Link speed queens will continue through, just going to be seeing that drone and the Overlord continuing up for a few moments, so we bring that into play. And our Reaper from Percival will take a peruse onto the map to see what opportunities may be lying in wait in this beautiful map of Mothership for the Terran. There's a few Lings coming across as well, so they might actually cause a little bit of complication here, as the Reaper and the Lings have bypassed each other. And the Hellions only just now going to start, so maybe those Lings can do something. They're speedless though, so maybe they can grab a low ground SCV. The SCVs are going to run. They are going morph the orbital. I was going to say they could jump in the orbital, or this command center, but obviously it's not really worth delaying the orbital for. One SCV close to going down. It will fall as the drill will get that Zergling. Flare building, link speed coming up. You're just going to be seeing the Overlord continue to come about. Couple drones go down. Pretty big drone pull that's necessary as well. Rogue still just a 2-base Zerg, and he's playing into the lair, so he's playing kind of aggressively here. He does get 4 SCVs across the map with these Lings, so some success there if nothing else. And as the Queen and the Lings continue to gather back around. Viking going to build a couple of SCVs and the Orbital coming up, the Extractor coming down into the main base as well. We just get that on the go initially. Get that started. Yeah, the Spire beginning right now as well from Rogue's just going to get that initially going, so that's the answer of what he's going to base for. He's going to go for the very fast Mutalisks. Can be very impactful on a big map like Mothership and control this kind of large space that's otherwise going to be very difficult to kind of like put your kind of will onto or push yourself in, into a good position on. So the Mir's going to give you a lot of control there, but you got to be careful. These fast meters, if they don't do much, it opens you to kind of being in trouble for the it opens you to kind of being in trouble against the bio pushes. So you can see the Viking going to be shooting the Spire, the Bane Nest coming up. Overlord's on the way. I like those Widow Mines. They might just catch a Muta or two coming down, right? And anything you can do to kind of knock the Mutalisk count away is generally going to be a pretty big positive. Ling's going to get into the center. Marines, the Medivacs, and the Stim all still building up as well. Let's continue to bring that over. Just going to be seeing the Reaper and the Hellions actually going to try and trade well here. Getting pretty low as the Lings don't really have too much less health left on them either. Meters have been reducing. We are on 7 of them in total. Bane speed coming up. I guess the Evo Chamber's only just on the way now. Not going to be too far behind in upgrades. Usually one of the issues here is the upgrade deficit, but actually the upgrade's not going to be terribly far behind on the side of the Rogue, so it might be kind of okay for him. Viking gets the Overlord. The missile turret there is able to push the meters away once more. Still got the melee and carapace upgrades coming through. Those meters back around to that right side. Marines just step underneath and push the meters back. The Overseer takes a bit more damage. Medivac still producing through, and again getting a couple more upgrades into play. But Rogue supply blocks. Muters have not done much just yet. Building a bunch more of them. I mean, Rogue is in a supply deficit. The only good news is that the muter count at least is going to be decent enough that you might be able to keep Percival kind of back at home and stop him from moving on the map with his supply advantage, because the muters are a good threat in that regard. And it's really the only positive thing I've got to say for Rogue right now. Like, the position in general is pretty dire for him. It's not been a great start. The muters are not doing much straight away, and we're about to be against 1-1, so the upgrade advantage is not far behind from Rogue, but it is still there, right? There is this timing window where maybe we go with 1-1 combat shield and Percival has a big punch across the map. He's setting up for 4th base. He may just be more interested in setting up for the longer game. But right now, I really feel like Percival has a good shot just to get across the map and do things. Like I say, this is the only downside of trying to get across the map would be the muters have got counter-attacking potential. This first bit of defense against them is good, and the Marines on the top side quarter meter or so as well. So actually, again, really good defense, and Percival is just shutting Rogue down at every possible opportunity right now. The villains of SC2 saw that result in the upper bracket final and said, no, 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 we want to redo. And boy, are they getting it in this series. Wow. Marines gather up. See the Ling Muta Bane just going to be coming across. The Medevac's going to make a bit of an escape there. 2-2 upgrades and the Drunken Claws coming about. Medevac and a few mines come over as well. We have got the Medevac boosting back up the top side. A couple of Widow Mines going to relocate over there for the moment. Widow Mines just retargeting. I kind of like it, just taking some attention away from Rogue. More Widow Mines into the main. Going to be able to kill one. The second will fire and actually get a bunch of Lings. Rogue plays cleanup, but only after some damage is taken as we now push up here from Percival. The size of the map is going to help Rogue too. It is large, and obviously expanding through the top especially is going to be difficult for Percival to deny while pushing from the bottom side. So there's aspects of that. This trade is not exactly amazing for Percival either, as just losing a bunch of units. He does have more Marines and Mines showing up. Does Rogue have more ready to go? He still has 6 Banes, but only 6 Banes in the game. There's going to be Mines here. There's going to be a Hellbat up in front. Actually going to be a little bit complicated. Widow Mines have a lot of work to do, honestly. It actually might be worth retargeting those mines onto the muters. The muters play cleanup. Percival is losing a lot of supply. This is not a great attack from him, and Rogue is finally going to see some success in this game, as now he's able to push this back, and those Medevacs get chased. My goodness, that was a long time coming. Rogue finally getting just a good fight. I think Percival basically just took this fight with like 2 armies. Yeah. Kind of weird, though, because we basically just took this fight with like 2 armies, essentially. Like the first army, and then he came up with the second half of the army, and neither time did he have enough to really push back properly against it. I thought the mines might do more, but a lot of them got denied before they were able to do too much. So turret set up, a couple of mines going to drop back off to the sides. Just going to fly up, a couple of Marines going down, the Medevac escapes away. Up a little bit of creep going to be taken down. Obviously, Percival losing a couple of fights is not going to put him, dead in the water in this game, because Percival never set up to be overly aggressive and focusing on that aggression only. He has been set up to play the longer game, right? He built into that 4th base. He's got a 5th command center ready here, so Percival's okay to play the longer game. It's just now definitely a scenario where this is going to be yeah, we are basically in a situation where this game now kind of plays in this macro element, and Percival having such a good setup may still just be great for him long term. Banes in the mines on the right side. We're actually going to have a run by down through the center. Widowmine's going to help to deflect a lot of that initially. Pushing a lot of those units away just to begin with as the extra Banes come through. Going to be forced to at least use themselves on the depot. They will do. A couple of the Banes get by. The engineering bay is going to be burning for a couple seconds, so got to be careful on that. Marines still coming across. Those missile turrets still gathering. It's going to be seeing the SCVs getting the repair on that engineering bay for a few moments as well. Heading down and around again, 3-3 upgrades, Adrenal Glands, Chitinous Plating coming up. Widowmine does not go off onto the Mutalisks, not just yet. Having the Bioforce pushing forwards, a couple of those creep teamers going down again. It's going to be seeing the Ling Bane coming in, all in the same direction. Can a couple of these mines do some serious work? Obviously, Bane's off creep. Rolling in toward the Marauders is maybe something we can take advantage of as well here. Percival's supply has plummeted. Rogue is already building up into more Lings, more Ultras, and just getting reset in general right now. So, getting this back into place. A few Banes continue to come into place. And Rogue feels like since he started this off, gets into a much better place now. Like I say, when a couple of those fights and able to reset things. As you can see again, the Ultra coming up, the Bane still producing through. A lot of units gathering together here. Percival is going to get to rebuild back up. Resources lost, though, really not bad for Rogue. Like 2.5k is just on track to be great for him long term. Bane run-bys like this can be very deadly. How many SCVs do we get? 7 is okay for Percival. Like, this is very manageable, but again, it does feel like Rogue is taking very good control of this later game CVT right now. Meter coming back down. The Banes and the Ultras gather up. We're going to be seeing the command center going to get jumped on. I think we're going to run by into that mineral line. A few Marines jumping onto the hatchery. The Ultra gathers about. We'll be seeing a couple of libs getting set up. Just going to be having the Queen going down there, just going to be having the Banes getting blown up as well. Nice Widowmine. Percival trying to hold this position, and if you can hold that position and actually hit this hatchery, that'd be great. This base is going to go down, though, so he's going to lose SCVs and the planetary. Oh, Muta's getting caught, trying to come back across. Percival's army supply good right now. Rogue has a ton of money to spend. Percival, does he just back off here and just take a moment? I mean, it feels like then you give Rogue a chance to come back into this as well, though. Have the Widowmine going to go off toward a couple of those mutas. Banes, the Ultras coming back through again. There's another dive onto one of these Terran bases. Want to try and keep bringing those down if possible. The more that we can knock these bases down and keep this economy low for the Terran, the easier it's going to be for you to just eventually overwhelm. Five's going to come across, Hatcher goes down, a couple more of these Liberators going to get sieged, the Muta's going to still try and move around that far right-hand side. My army settles here, a couple of Widowmine shots off into the Mutas again, good to slow them down a little bit, but there goes a Widowmine, the SCV's being chased. The Muta's turn about as well as the Orbital Command will take some more damage, and Bio still in the center moving about. Extra libs and the +2 ship weapons coming about as well. I'm just going to see our Bio army still moving back the other direction as we have a few Banes set as a trap there also. I mean, Percival still has these moments where When he pushes on the map like this, it looks very scary. That Wooden Mine gets a lot done as well. This one not so effective. When we're keeping Rogue from getting to too many bases, the issue is going to be the upper left bases. Those are the harder ones to reach. The base on the right side, the forward bases, are ones you can kind of push into way more easily as the Terran, so it's natural that Percival is finding a way to deny those. It really is the upper left bases that I think is going to be the much larger issue. Banger up to Ultras. Still coming about. This is going to get rid of a couple quick tumors as well here. Still chasing down that right side. The Muta's coming across. The Medivacs gathering together. We do have the Marines and the Medivacs and the mines reducing through a lot at a time here. Lib's going to siege up. Planetary goes down. The Ultras get chased away already. You can see the rest of this Ling Bane still cruising down to the bottom side as well, just coming straight over here. The Planetary Fortress, as you can see, immediately in a bit of trouble as well, is going to go down. So once more, Rogue just kind of hitting positions and making sure that Percival does not get comfortable in this game at all. Those Lings still stay active, and the SCVs will take a bit more damage. 13 workers fall. Rogue still has a bit of a bank, mostly minerals, not too much gas, although he has just built 7 new Ultras, so again has that kind of headbutt potential into this army much better once again. The Liberator account building from Percival is going to be intriguing, right? Getting higher and higher here, putting you in a position of maybe being able to actually deal with the Ultras a bit better. Obviously, this is a game where we're not seeing any ghosts. Percival had a chance to get the ghosts. I think you would take it, because getting the ghosts would obviously shut down a lot of the issues here, such as the Ultras. Right now, Rogue just seems to be winning multiple points on the map, which is an issue, because if we have enough units to just try and dive onto these bases and not really be stopped, I mean, this wave of Ultras might just be unstoppable, and Percival seems to agree. No Ace Jinner finally get a map. This was looking dire for Rogue in the early stages, but he is able to bring it back and get the map win that No Ace Jinner have been desperately needing today, just to get themselves online and on track just in any way, shape, and form, quite frankly. What a wild situation. All right, guys, next game coming up in a couple of moments. It's going to be the Percival versus Creator game, as we're going to be going to White Rabbit for map number 5. Creator did beat Percival the other day. Can he do it again now to keep this series a little bit more and reach for Jinner? Let's find out. White Rabbit coming through. Just get Percival here, get Creator in, get this ready to start. Let's try and check we've got all the casters. It looks like we are good. Ready says Percival, ready says Creator. Bam, straight into this next game, guys. No time wasted. There's no Ace Jinner. Look to try and get another map. And then there's some TV2. Maybe with the TV2 they can do very well for themselves again. Maybe, possibly. Lots of questions to be asked here as we get ready to go. Into White Rabbit. As in the top right-hand side, the Red Protoss player. It is going to be Creator in the top right corner, with his team finally getting a point on the board. Chance for him to keep a bit of momentum on their side, get back into this series a little bit perhaps. Let's find out. He takes on Percival in the bottom left, our blue Terran player, to get this up and ready to go. Alright, so we see where Creator takes this. He won against Percival on Friday when they played the first time in the upper bracket semi-finals. These two teams, can he get another big win today to keep no Ace Janair alive in the series? Like I say, you go down to 1-4, then you're going to have to win a 2v2, and you would have to 2-0 Solar, I think is the issue. Right now, you're already going to have to take a map off of Solar. I can imagine Solar drop one map. I don't know if Solar drops both the maps in CVP at the end of this series. So I really feel like, realistically for me, no Ace Janair have to win this, win the 2v2, and then find at least one of those maps against Solar. To me, that is their hope in this series, because I think if they go up against Solar with the need to 2-0 him, just feels unlikely, right? Probe coming about, factory command center coming through. Settling for a couple moments. I'm just going to chase the probe down, just going to push that across for a couple of moments here. Give me the Twilight from Creator, no surprises on that one. Let's just have the starport in the command center continue to build through. The bunker coming online as well, so bring a lot of that into place for a few moments, getting that underway. Alright, they're still coming about, getting this settled. Destination going to come across the map. That blink is going to be coming up as well. So we got that blink on the way, the warp gate coming over. So let's see, the couple of water mines going to unburrow and just going to be brought across the map, and we'll go with those for the next few moments. Obviously, knowing that this is coming, a bit easier to deny than usual, and Creator make sure that to stop this pretty much dead in its tracks initially. I'm just going to be seeing that blink still chrono on the Twilight Council. Factory moves over, drops the reactor down, just going to be putting that into position. The blink coming up next on the way, add a couple probes on. It's going to be seeing the robo facility dropping down there as well. So dropping the robo into place, the Raven is still continuing through. And that's going to give us a setup. Raven equals early push. Usually in TVP nowadays, Raven just allows you to put some harassment on the map. Raven across the map sits behind a mineral line, just auto turrets every now and again. Just allows you to kind of consistently put that pressure on and deny a little bit. Obviously that maybe opens the door if you do enough with the Raven. It distracts and it delays, and it makes it tougher to have enough stuff ready to then deal with kind of a bigger push as well, right? So there is a aspect to that to consider too, but generally that's what you go for with the Raven, and that's why it instantly moves across the map here as well. Start pulling back around. I see the bio coming out. Bunker is just going to salvage. The Stalker's going to start blinking back as well for a few moments, so... And that's settled for a couple seconds, as obviously we just try and buy some time against this bioforce that presses across. Trying to buy a little bit of time there initially, get that on the way. Yeah, Stimpack Combat Shield about to finish up from Percival. It's going to have that in the next few moments. There's the Raven, there's those auto turrets. So we'll start getting a couple of these probes. Percival is going to get across the map, by the way. Stalker's going to do some damage on the other side. Can Percival push through on this side with a few Zealots and Immortal here defensively? Is that enough? A couple of force fields available perhaps on the sentry. Good force fields initially cutting the army in portions. Battery going to run out of energy soon, though. Creator is going to know he's going to do a lot of damage on the other side, but he's got to do that damage, considering he's now looking to try and play defense. He's going to lose a bunch of probes in return. He's going to recall his Stalkers back, and we are going to see the Medivacs just lift and leave. Creator up 3 workers following this. So Creator with a little bit of a worker advantage right now. Fire going to fight. Raven is going to return back to the army. Now the Stalkers get turned around again. And again, just going to see that Prism still going about. The probes in the gateway still building through. We got ourselves a drop into this main base. So Percival going to unload into this main immediately, and off we go. Knocks down the pylon, couple of gates, the Cybercore, Twilight all getting depowered there. Obviously the auto turret is back as well. Percival putting the pressure on, and I think Creator's in a bit of trouble here. Storm is good though, and the Stalkers does not get the medevac there, gets away on low HP. The supply block is nasty for Creator, the economy is not great for him, and Percival is setting up a third base while reinforcing. He's got Liberators here too, so he's actually going to be able to set up a really nice siege position more than likely, especially as Creator is spread across different bases defending. Might not have been a bad time to go as Percival. That said, he's also getting ghosts out, so it's only going to improve over time. His ability to deal with what's on the map, having those ghosts is obviously going to be just a major positive, so kind of looking at that as a big dub here in the next few moments. Bio stepping across, a couple of libs are going to be there. The Zealots going to get turned around, the Immortals and the Sentry getting pushed about as well. Still got the ghosts coming through, the Concussive Shells is building. We have ourselves another Stalker warping in on the side of Creator in the main base. That Stalker warps in right now. Again, Concussive Shells and the armor upgrade continue to build into place. The couple of Medivacs are going to boost up into the center of the map as well. Going to join up with a lot of this Bio Army now. Hallucination pokes. Again, deals some decent damage just initially. One Marine just goes stimming across over to the right side for a couple of moments. What reminds Burrow again, and another command center just going to drop into position. Still got that Bio Ghost Force heading up toward the top of the map. Little scan ahead of time to see what's going on. EMP lands onto the Prism. The Immortal and the Sentry getting picked off. The Storm's coming through still. Continues to land onto a lot of this Bio Force. Not enough so far though. We're going to need some more Storms than that to really play cleanup here. Definitely a little bit more to be done as we just have a few Stalkers trying to get across, but now the Libs will zone those out. This fourth base is going down, and Percival doing a great job of continuing to apply the pressure right now. It's going to get across. Nexus goes down. Pylon goes down. The Zealot's definitely in trouble. We're just going to have ourselves the Zealots, the Stalkers, and the Immortals. Continue to run across. Just going to see the lift up. Don't even know if we had to lift and leave, really. I actually think he could have just walked away or turned and traded a little bit more heavily as well, perhaps. Also an option. Maybe picking some pedantics, although this is going to be the Prism getting found. Doesn't kill it though, and the High Templars do get out. Another Storm coming in. This is a weird fight for Percival. He's coming in from all sorts of angles, but he's up against a lot of splash damage. He gets rid of the Colossus now. Have we got any Storms remaining? The Raven goes down before the Auto Turret comes into place here. And Percival just going to have to turn tail and run. He does have the 1-1 upgrade lead in these fights at the moment, but again, the splash damage can be a little bit of a problem when he can't really handle too easily just yet. This was a bad fight for Percival. It would have been worse for him if... oh man, I thought he had the shots on the Prism to kill it there, but apparently not. This could have been even worse for him if he didn't have the upgrade lead. I think the upgrade lead is one of the big things that actually saves him in that fight that was otherwise quite ugly. And these Vikings should be able to get forward. Surely we can kill this Colossus. He's been alive so long. We get only a few SCVs here from Creator, but it is not looking good. The villains of SC2 are going to come up to a 4-1 advantage. And are going to be a map away from closing this out. And to me, that is going to be the writing on the wall a little bit for Noes Janair. I think they are in extreme amounts of trouble here. I think breaking through from this position is going to be... It's going to be very, very tough. We are going to go to NA. It's going to be Creator and Rogue playing against MaxPax and Solar in a 2v2 to try and stop this from going the way of the villains. After that, Solar plays Creator and Solar plays SOS. And the villains will need to win one of those maps. That's going to be really tough to stop. It is just going to be really tough to stop. There's just no two ways about it. Going to be going into Reclamation here in just a moment, guys. Alright, hosting up on Reclamation. And then, like I say, you got to win every map from here on out as Noes Janair. It feels rough, man. It feels rough. Back MaxPax up, back Creator up. Alright, players are ready. We can send this. Go, ready, go, ready. Perfect, we're good. Everyone readied, everyone confirmed. Let's send it into Reclamation for what could be the last match if there's a lower bracket final, and then our grand finals would be upon us. Of course, the winners of this play against Basilisk in the grand finals, guys. See what happens there potentially. As we get ready to go, I'm going to load into Reclamation and kick this off. In the top, Rogue and Creator, with absolutely zero room for error between them. They must win this 2v2 to keep Noes Janair alive in this tournament and look to advance from the top 3 into the top 2. In the bottom, orange and red players will be Solar and MaxPax. Away we go to see if they can close this out and get ready to play Basilisk in the grand final. Seed 1 and Seed 2 may finally meet each other. Will the finals also be best of 9 in the same format? Yes. Finals is the same format. Nothing changes. The only difference is Basilisk do have the server preference, which is actually a little bit different because they came from the upper bracket. They get the server preference. They were the second seed to villains, but because villains would have in the upper bracket final, for example, they would have had the server advantage. But now Basilisk get the first server advantage because they come from the upper bracket. So yeah, it's just a fresh best of 9. The server advantage is the one advantage. Obviously, not having to play this extra series, that's the advantage we're going with. I don't think it's not fair to kind of give a 1-0 lead. I don't think it makes sense in this group setting. Probe, chasing the probe, Pylon dropping into position. Coming about for a couple of moments right now, getting this set up. We obviously have a lot of potential for aggression in this 2v2, we know that much at least. Lanes is going to go after the probe, so we move over there for a couple seconds and we have a chance to see where we take this. Like I say, in these next few moments, a couple Lings are going to get a probe initially, a Ling Speed, Stargate all coming about. It's going to be having the Nexus and the Stargate coming up as well, so again, we bring a lot of this online into play. Looking to see where Creator goes. He's going to add the additional gateway. Everyone has expanded, most importantly, to start this off at least. Step will shade. Again, Bane as the hatch continue to come about. Just going to see the Queen and the Lings coming over. Ling speed still building. Couple of depths will just gather up that left-hand side, joining up for now. Lings and the Ling speed still building through. Bane nest halfway done. And away we go. Couple of devs gonna try and fight around. Couple of probes gonna get chased. Uncle comes about, just gonna see the drone. Here comes the Spore. Nice little save there from Rogue. Both the Protoss players will end up going into Blink. Drone from Solar, Lair from Rogue. That's gonna begin to be the difference in these next few moments. We're going to chase Hatch and be taking some damage. Queen has to back away a couple of moments. Going to be seeing a couple of Banes going to come down this low ground. Good pressure from Solar. And he is going to go Rotron, like I say, whereas Rogue is... Rogue is going to add a Rotron too. Solar didn't go Rotron in the end, so he's actually still just going to be on Ling Bane for now. Going to start melee upgrade and a lair of his own, so gets that started. And a couple of Banes, those Lings all coming about. Melee upgrade coming through. The Queen's going to be there to fight as well. It's going to have our roach speed still building. And missiles and the roach speed coming up. A couple of Banes trying to run in. They're going to splash some drones but not get any kills. And that'll be the end of that for the moment. Again, with Blink finishing, we'll see if the Protoss players can get up to much right now. Supply is very even across the board. Like I say, just different styles with Solar focused on the Lings and the Banes and the melee upgrade. Rogue very much so going roaches in that missile upgrade. And this is going to come across. Stalkers will push back. Again, melee upgrade, Bane speed coming through. A couple of shots coming about. Queens and the Roach is going to be there to hit those Banes. Stalker's there to push the Lings back a bit further. So again, we shove that away the other side. Just have ourselves the Stalker still trying to fight it. Baneling coming through. Just going to see the Roaches there. The Stasis Ward coming down as well for the moment. Roaches will chase up. Stalker's split back. And now these Lings actually going to run forward. They're going to get a bit of a surround on these Stalkers as well. They're doing pretty decently for themselves for a couple of moments. Roach Ravager up top. Just going to see the Stalkers able to get pushed away. So far, Rogue holding on. I'm interested to see how well the Ling Bane does. We're actually going to go Aspire as well. So Soul will head into Mutalisks here. An additional bonus for him. Remember that MaxPax and Soul are playing to win this series and get to the grand finals today if they just win this map. And they're going to kill the third hatchery of Rogue. So Rogue and Creator just going to go on the offensive. Not ideal for Solar, who's obviously just Ling heavy. And I mean, Lings could do very well for kind of backing up MaxPax's Stalkers. Let's see, we're going to have to fight soon, no? Because this low ground is Solar's bases. We don't want to give up both of those. MaxPax, where's the Stalker count at? Now Solar starts to build a few meters. Solar would go down to 2 bases if he lost both of these hatcheries. But right now, that seems like it might be the case. Rogue and Creator pushing forward aggressively and holding this position for now. And he's pushing up. A couple of throws of Baals coming in. Stalker's hitting. Roach Ravager Stalker gathering up. The couple of meters pulling off to the side as they do spawn. Solar becoming a 2-base Zerg is not ideal. Obviously, Rogue became a 2-base Zerg. He's double expanding up to 4 bases now. Problem with the mutas is how well can you do with these mutas against the fact that there's quite a lot of Stalkers here still. Chasing forward, there's a Stasis Ward! Oh, that's going to catch a lot of the Roach Ravager. Can we now jump on these Stalkers of Creator and maybe punish? The Lings are going to make an effort for this. We dodge away from the Bars. The Mutas just trying to add what they can. The Stalkers try and focus those Mutas, but that gives the Lings and the Roaches and the Ravagers even more opportunity here. And he is pulled back. Again, the Stalkers of Creator being chased away. MaxPax and supply booming in comparison. We are going to be seeing the chance to jump onto this Roach Ravager portion now. This is going to go down, so Rogue loses everything. A couple of Stalkers from Creator there go down too. And that Stasis Ward really changing the pacing of this game a little. And maybe giving Solo and MaxPax a little bit of life that they need to stay alive in this situation. Stalker's pushing up. Extractor Hatcher coming through. Roaches are going to come across there. It is overhead. Just going to pull back, try and let the Stalkers tank. There's another stasis that we're trying to bait into, but surely we don't go walking into another stasis ward here as Rogue and Creator. Surely not! So there's still a big building up that Muta count. Muta count gets high, it's going to get a lot more dangerous, and obviously we can get those Mutas to start harassing the bases as well, to pull a few units away from the front and to give MaxPax a better chance to capitalize on what is a massive supply lead for him in this game. The Mutas show up over here. There is going to be the cannon. We're going to jump on it with the aid of the Zealots that MaxPax provided in this fight. So this base is just going to lose a lot of probes very quickly. So Creator is taking some big eco damage. Percival coming down. The Stalker is able to remove another Stalker. Another Stalker coming about. A couple more Corrosive Bowels coming into place. Roach Ravager helping to push through once again as we chase into this. So we push straight in. The Stalkers blink back. A couple Corrosive Bowels will land but not do too much just yet. Couple more Corrosive Bowels dropping into place. Just going to be seeing the Stalker still blinking away and trying to stay out of trouble here just for the moment. Just going to be seeing the Lings, the Mutas continue to storm forward. The Zealots as well also going to be there, looking good for now as we continue to pretty much just deal with this. Rogue is going to say GG. Creator will say GG. Solar and MaxPax send the villains to the grand finals. No Ace Janair. We're so good in this league. They beat Basilisk in the group stage. They beat the villains in the upper bracket round 1. They just wasn't their day today. Which is sad because obviously it's the final day. You want everyone to be playing their best, but unfortunately it comes back to just not quite being enough there. The No Ace Janair squad walk away in 3rd place. And we have our finalists, seeds 1 and 2 when the league started up. Basilisk and the Villains of SC2 come in together in the grand finals. They will have about 10 minutes to set themselves their rosters, guys. So I'm just going to get that set up initially here. And then we'll get this underway. Let me just make sure I've got all the correct things. Need to copy paste the map list, for example. So let me just do that. We'll check that that matches Wikipedia. White Rabbit 10k undercurrent winter. White Rabbit 10k undercurrent winter. Perfect. Cool. All right, I'm going to take a little break here, guys, just before we get into the grand final. Power up a little bit. When we come back, more StarCraft 2, obviously. You're watching the WardiTV Team League Season 10. Appreciate you all being here. We'll be back in just a couple as you get the grand finals on the way next. Basilisk against the No Ace Janair squad. Against Villains of SC2. Thank you, GrimK, for the 1-year resub on the Prime. Much appreciated. We'll be right back. More StarCraft after this for the grand final. Grand finals are set. The matches are done. I will show you guys them in just a second. Let me just start hosting the first game, and we can get this underway, guys. As it's going to be first map, White Rabbit. Just had to swap to the Korean server for this one. Well, let me show you guys exactly who's playing in just one sec. Let me just toast this, lobby link it, and then we'll, like I say, take a moment to go through the maps of the grand finals and show you guys exactly who is playing who. So, Basilisk, Villains of SC2. Obviously, all the big dogs are here, and we have got some good matches. Guys, we're going to start off with Trigger versus Percival, and then Percival will stay out to play against Serral. We then go 2v2. Serral and Trigger will play MaxPax and Percival before MaxPax steps into the PvZ frame. Not just to play against Serral in map 4, but to play Reynor in map 5. MaxPax playing the back-to-back best Zergs in the world, question mark. MaxPax and Solar will play the 2v2 if we get that far. Hopefully it's not a 5-0 against Goblin and Serral. That means Solar comes out at the end to play Reynor and then to play Trigger. And an ace match to wrap it all up, if necessary, at the end of the day. That's what the grand finals looks like. It's a best of 9. And like I say, the only advantage from the upper bracket is server advantage initially. So Serral will get central against Percival. It will then switch to west for Solar against Reynor. But then the ace match will be in Basilisk's server preference, if that matters. If that matters, that will be a factor. All right. Percival going to be taking on Trigger here in just a few moments. Just need a Trigger, and we can go. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. All right. Cool. How are we doing, guys? What do you guys think about the rosters? I actually like the matchups. I actually think they're pretty well spread. I like Percival getting a shot at Trigger. I think that's going to be good for him. Him against Serral is going to be rough, obviously, but then I like it. You get MaxPax against each of the Zergs. That feels pretty decent. You get Solar to take a shot at the Solar gets a shot at Reynor and a shot at Trigger if we get that far. I think I like it. I think I like it across the board. I think both sides have matchups they can look at and be happy with here. I think it's a great setup for our finals, so very exciting as we are just waiting for a couple more casters to hop over, Trigger to arrive as well, and get this going momentarily. Just message Trigger so he knows. Oh, never mind, here he is. Percival readies, Trigger readies. You have one caster who's not in a lobby who probably could join us right now. See if they do, and if not, we're ready to go. Ready to click start and kick this grand final off, guys. So ready to kick this into play in a couple of moments. Oh, I'm missing Roddy now. Sweet. All right, let's count down. Let's get into this as we kickstart into our grand finals of the WardiTV Team League Season 10. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Pleasure to be with you all. Let's kick off into Trigger versus Percival. Some PvT action in this best of 9 format to round things out. Let's get this going. Let's send it. Let's do it. Genuinely excited. I've wanted to see this match the whole league. I'd like to say, to me, these are the 1 and 2 seeds. This is how we seeded them. The seeding was done by basically adding the top 2 players of each team at Ligulac ranks together, and the lower rank is basically the higher seed. So these 2 teams were very close together, because obviously Serral and Reynor both in the top 10, MaxPax and Solar both in the top 10. Very few other teams basically had something like this. Like Liquid had like Clem and Cuba, for example. But yeah, these were the 2 teams that came out at the top of that list. So this is a very exciting one. Seed 1 and Seed 2 do meet in the grand finals of the WardiTV Team League. Later on, we'll have Reynor and Serral taking on MaxPax as well. For now, going to be some Percival action. It's in the top right corner. He is going to be the Blue Terran representing the villains of SC2. Their team is made up of himself, Solar, and MaxPax, a team put together specifically for this league. While at the bottom left, the Basilisk squad is, of course, Serral, Reynor, Trigger, and they do have Goblin. He will play a 2v2 if we get that deep in the matchup today as well. Here in this grand final. Trigger in the bottom left, our Red Protoss player to open for them. And what a big opening game this is, because this feels like one that could absolutely flip-flop any which way. Trigger and Percival, I think, are both very capable of, if they best of 3 against each other, I would say 2-1, and I would hate to pick a favorite, So they're both, very capable of playing each other, I think. I think they're very capable of taking a single map off each other. And so that's a dangerous starting point. It obviously sets you into a position here, right from the very beginning, where it's a question of like, well, hey, if this is going to be, if this is going to kind of set the tone for the series, what a big map this would be for either team to already have, because we expect this to be close. And every single map in these matchups can't matter. We've seen that countless times in the playoffs. Obviously, maybe not so much today, where it's been a little bit more one-sided. But in the previous rounds, like we've just seen time and time again, like a single map here or there could have meant an ace match. It could have meant, that map flip-flopping could have just given you the safety to see another game. It's really a case of every map matters, and when you've got a very winnable map, you've got to try and take advantage of that. And like I say, this is very winnable for both sides. Maybe more important for villains, because if Percival gets the first map here, you could argue that, Percival is the weaker player on the villains squad, as you could also argue maybe Trigger's the weaker player on the Basilisk squad, right? And if you think about it like that, if you say they're both kind of underdogs in the matchup they'll play later on, then you have to kind of think winning this one puts them team in a really good position. If you can beat if you can take the map in the kind of 50-50 matchup, and then you still lose the one you're an underdog in, then it's kind of fine, right? Like, you're really already putting your work in. So, like I say, Trigger's amazing, and so is Percival. Like, they're both great. I'm not trying to talk them down by saying they're the third guy on each team. It's just the entire team is made up of great players. That's kind of the teams that we've got here in this finals. Unless we get this going. Bunker setup. CC will have to move over in a few moments. Going to morph the orbital as a priority. I think it's probably fine, because I guess the first SCVs do not mine far away. Obviously, it's a little bit awkward because the CC is out of position, but if you mine off the close patch, I guess it doesn't affect you too much. Just wants to get that orbital up as a priority, and we'll move that in a few moments instead. The two Hellions begin to move onto the map through the top side here on White Rabbit. Again, grand finals of the WardiTV Team League Season 10. It's been 6 years since we crowned our Season 9 champions. Obviously, we had Channing Team Championship and World Team League during that time. We stepped away from the Team League, but we are back, and we are here in the finals. After what's been a pretty treacherous month, it's had its ups and downs. There's been a lot of admin headaches, but we made it here into this best of 9. Let's enjoy it. Let's hope for a great final today as we get this on the way. Adepts are going to fight. A couple of SCVs begin to drop. I'm just going to be seeing the SCVs able to surround and kill that Adept. A couple of workers go down, and a bit of lost mining time as well, of course, so a little bit of a factor there. But the Hellion drop gets in, and Percival's going to do some mega damage. The probes pull in to help, but that's not going to be good. Probes are falling. Only 6 so far. We're going to get to 7, but 3 Hellions survive. This is not bad. Obviously, we did build that starport forward on the map. Sorry, did not really point that out. Apologies, but yeah, forward starport, and hence the medevac gets there quickly. It's now retreating back, but we still have the 3 Hellions that could maybe try for more. I don't hate it for Trigger, because, I mean, it's not great, but it could have maybe been worse. This is actually not great, because the Stalkers are in the wrong position, unfortunately. We can lift these Hellions and go to the low ground if you feel like that's your opportunity here. The Stalkers do have Blink now. The medevac is going to get all 3 unloaded, though, so the Hellions will get at least a few more probes. So a little bit more damage will be dealt. 3, 4 more workers. So that's 11 workers in total. I think you're okay with this as Percival overall. Obviously, he did lose a few SCVs himself to those Adepts, so that was worth... One of the things I was trying to mention before we saw the medevac coming back in already, that he obviously took some damage himself, but equal worker count coming out of this is a win for the Terran, because you've also got mules on your side. The starport finally makes it home. You've got your tank set up defensively, and I think you should be kind of safe here in the grand scheme of things right now. As the Stalkers move up, the SCV goes down. A couple more Stalkers warping in just on the front of this prism. Double bunker there. Double tank in the main base potentially is the first tank. Oh, that second tank didn't siege straight away. Maybe not the end of the world. A couple of SCVs are pulled, like I say, double bunker on the low ground. There is that little bit of a space here where obviously able to, pick off a depot. Trigger going to take what he can get right now, and it is going to be, that depot is going to be what he can get. So he takes that Gets a depot kill. And a few more Stalkers warping in once again. Still got that charge coming up. Still got that Nexus building through. The SCVs pull over to repair up the bunker. A couple of Zealots just going to start dropping on top of this Bioforce. And the SCVs trying to pull in to repair the tank. A few Marines have to come over here. Obviously, we can evacuate the Zealots. If we're paying attention to them, we evacuate one in the end. The Stalker's still trying to push through, but a tank there now. We kill about 4 SCVs, not free from Trigger, because obviously he's still been taking damage on his army. And so some of his units have been falling throughout this. We're going to be, again, trying to be annoying to drop the Zealot on top of the tanks, which can't really defend themselves. So it requires a little bit of bio to help out here. As we do have one of the barracks has been halted from building. Percival needs to recognize that, otherwise he's going to be down a production structure, which he expects to have, which obviously could throw you off your game a little bit on the follow-up to this. Prism is going to take a little move in toward the main base. We are going to have some lag spikes here. Is that me? Of course it's me. That's great, isn't it? Are the players feeling it? I feel like if the players are feeling it, they probably pause. I think this is just... I feel like the game's playing normally for them and just sucking for us. So as long as we don't lag too hard, it should get better. Just give it a moment and believe. Give it a moment and believe. And we flagged out. We back? We good? Oh, my entire internet's going down. Oh, God. Of course it is. YouTube still live? Couldn't access the specific channel or stream key. Oh, I love my life. YouTube's good. It's just my Twitch dying when I have a sponsorship to do after. I love that for me. Alright, sorry guys. So, Percival's pushing across the map. I think my Twitch is back. As we do have a few Zealots warping in. And we are going to be seeing the Bio Tank Force continue to gather about. Just going to see the couple Zealots running into this natural. A few Bio's going to be there to push the Zealots around as well. Vikings coming up. Tanks continue to build. Continue to bring this about right now. As we just have the, again, +1 attack upgrade coming through. Commencing to the armor upgrade coming over as well. Medevacs will be building as the Prism sits overhead. The few Zealots are going to gather in. And we're just going to have ourselves the army collecting. If you just rejoined us, guys, Percival basically held off Trigger's attempted push forward. We've not really seen much die in the last few moments. It's basically where you left off from the lag. And we are now going to have ourselves the Bioforce coming through, and this big drop in this main base going to get a pylon or so, depower some gateways, force Trigger to pull back a lot of units into this main. I think we can trust probably, I was going to say lift and leave. I mean, if you're just going to stand there, then target that Colossus maybe. Is that me again? Oh, this time it's not me. Oh yeah, I guess. I don't know what happened. My internet just freaked out. But like, YouTube was fine, I think. Oh, YouTube maybe went off for a little bit, but... yeah. Kind of sucks because now we just lost all of our viewership for the finals, which is... always a thumbs up, especially on the day where we have a freaking sponsorship to do. So that's just down drain, isn't it? Oh, Team League has just been a nightmare. couldn't it just go smoothly for the last day? Oh yeah. What a shit event this has been. Seriously. Absolute disaster. Medevacs load up. They are going to escape away from this lag spike, as we are just going to be seeing a few Zealots. We'll be poised on the map from Trigger to maybe get across the other side and maybe try and make something happen here. Bio gathering up, a couple tanks going to be there. Vikings overhead. The Bio just going to try and step forward. Just going to jump on toward those Zealots. A couple of them start to go down. And again, Marine Marauder Viking Widowmine continues to come up over the next few moments. Engineering Bay Armory continue to come around. The army still set up on the top side as well. couple Colossus, the Zealots and the Sentries continue to come back over, and we are just going to have ourselves the Sensor Tower coming up, the Armory on the way, a couple more Vikings coming through. Again, that armor upgrade still building into place as well, so continue to get that going. Just going to see the few Zealots going to get jumped on by that Bio Army, chasing down the bottom a little bit at the moment. The Colossus, the Zealots, the Stalkers, the Sentries, again, a bit of everything joining up. The Medevac boosts out over the right side. Bio going to try and fight. A couple Colossus still gathering together, and we do have this push from Trigger looking to move forward here. +2 attack going to finish from him soon. Pretty nice upgrade lead. On the attack, at least, obviously, it's going to be an armor upgrade in play from Percival, at least, as we just see the Prism ready to make a play up in toward the upper right-hand side here. So ready to drop into this main. Vikings just going to be pushing. The Colossus in some trouble. Zealots are going to unload into the mineral line, and a few of those SCVs begin to drop right off the bat. The Marine's going to stem into the mineral line as well, though, so we're going to get some damage on the other side. Some Widowmine's also doing some work. So while Trigger is going to be dealing some damage, Percival's also dealing some damage. Tanks putting some work in. The Zealots charging forward. The tanks maybe needed to turn and target the Colossus. I don't know if Percival comes out of this looking okay at all, because I think he's going to have no way to really fight this army. All of his Vikings are in the main chasing down the Prism, so the Colossus go absolutely free over here. Even if we kill the 4th base at this point, I just don't think it's going to be good enough. And it looks as though Percival is going to be able to maybe get the Colossus kill, but he's lost 40 SCVs, and he's pretty much just lost the game at this stage, as that's going to be just too much damage. Vikings going down, the Bio unit's being chased. The Zealots were going to charge forward, go after those Marauders. CC has to cancel. Nexus coming through. I'm just going to be having the Colossus, Stalkers, the Immortal coming back over. Orbital taking a few shots. I'm just going to be seeing this army of Trigger going after a few more SCVs and clearing up. Yeah, Percival at this point is kind of down, kind of out. Not really much pushing back or pulling back you can do in this situation, right? So you're going to see one Colossus going down, a couple of Vikings still there to chase the other. 3rd Colossus coming back over as well. Scan comes into place. I'm just going to be seeing the Stalkers going to be in position to try and fight the Bio. Bio going to try and fight the Stalkers. And then a couple of Colossus go back over the far right-hand side. Vikings going to shoot. A few of those Vikings dealing some damage. The Stalker taking some shots. Don't know if there's really anything Percival can do. I mean, his army is not even that great. His economy is doomed. He basically just has to send an attack and just hope it's enough. But Trigger going to open in a big way for Basilisk. Like I say, this match is, or this game specifically already just has a lot of influence. And like I say, the importance of the kind of the 3rd place player from each team kind of fighting each other, getting a win really sets you off into that advantage. Because it's a very winnable game on either side. So it's such an important point to pick up right on the beginning. I'm just going to be seen as our Stalk. Colossus continue to push through. GG says Percival. Trigger takes game 1 of this best of 9. Okay, guys, I have to run ads because my ads reset because the stream went offline for half a minute. So the entire 45 minutes of ad-free time that I had banked up have just been destroyed. Because Twitch has a great system in place for that. Because, yeah, it's just stupid. So unfortunately, I have to run ads aggressively again. Even though I'd built up a bunch of ad-free time. We just got to try and make that work. We're going to go to NA for Percival against Serral up next. Get that on the way through. Get this going. Is it random who plays who? Each team sets their roster. So the Villains of SC2 chose to send Percival out on these 2 maps back to back, while Basilisk chose to put out Trigger and then Serral. So it is random. But you can kind of try and snipe people based on maps sometimes, is something of a factor sometimes as well. You can kind of be like, hey, this is a good map for Terrans, but hey, if we have a great, versus Terran player, maybe we can send them out despite the map and try and take a bit of an edge there potentially. So it's not really random, like it is, but there's a little bit of like, playing around you can do with it as well, so yeah. All right. And we'll throw the lobby link down as Percival will have to play Serral now, and this could be a big 2-0 start from Basilisk, because obviously Serral will be quite the favorite going into this one. What's up, Pogolisk? Thank you so much for the 10-month resub on the Prime. Two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Just waiting for Serral and a couple of casters still. How come Clem sat out? No idea. Maybe the Liquid guys just said he wasn't that bothered, and Liquid just decided to play with the other guys. Obviously means any prize money that the Liquid guys get doesn't get split with Clem necessarily, right? So maybe something like that. I don't know, honestly. I don't know what the thoughts were there. You're better off asking Mana or Clem himself if you get the chance. Because yeah, I'm not sure what they decided on. Ready and go. Kick off into game number 2 and kick this into a second map of this best of 9. So getting this into place, get this going. What a crappy time for this stream to go out. Oh, first game of the finals. Have a sponsorship at the end of the stream that's viewership dependent. The pain and the suffering. In the second game of this best of 9, we're going to see Percival coming out for his back-to-back games. But he's going to have his back up against the wall here. Down a map. He needs to try and bring it back for his team if possible, but he will be a big underdog on this one. We'll see if he can make some magic happen. Percival representing the villains of SC2 in the bottom right side. And in the top left, our blue Zerg is going to be Serral from Basilisk. And I would say fairly likely that they perhaps come through to make this a cheeky little 2-0 lead for Basilisk, can put some pressure onto the villains heading into a 2v2 match after this as well. Let's see how this goes. These next few moments, get this ready to rumble. Alright, game 2 of this best of 9. We get this started off. I was going to see the hatch gas pool all coming through. Just going to get that settled in for a couple moments here. A couple drones on the way. The barracks coming up at the front as well. So we get that started. And ourselves the observer I like to be on. See what Percival does. I do wonder what you kind of take the approach of in this. Like, I do wonder what the idea is going to be. Overall coming about again. Hatch gas pool coming through. Command Center, Orbital, Reaper. Continue to be put into play for the next few moments. Not sure we'll finish. Problem with ZVT is obviously ZVT is such a mechanical matchup, right? And so when you have someone who is so mechanically solid as Serral, it is so difficult to find the windows to try and take advantage as the underdog or to do things as the underdog. And that's the problem being the underdog in this matchup. That's why it's also why Serral is just so difficult to beat, because again, it's such a mechanical advantage that he puts himself into in a lot of these scenarios, you know? So yeah, it's a yeah, it's just tough here from Percival, because it feels like you've got to be a little cheeky or so, but then even being cheeky in TVZ is difficult, right? Because being cheeky in TVZ oftentimes is like, hey, I'm going to take like a, you know, I'm going to try and hit like a 2 base on you or so, or like a big 3 base all in. But even then, it's like so much of it is still mechanics and how you fight and how you deal with creep before that point, and a lot of these other trades. It's just a difficult matchup to be an underdog in, so that's why you'll see Percival, you might be like, well, if he's such an underdog, why doesn't he do something weird? And like I say, in TVZ, it's just hard to figure out what is weird that's going to really work, you know? So yeah, link speed coming up. Queen is on the way through. I'm just going to see a few drones in the hatchery coming about. The couple lings going to get over to the natural there, and they're going to go for the wraparound onto a Marine. Marine will go down. A couple of SCVs are going to get caught. It's going to be another SCV there, just going to get chased away. The couple of Hellions will be there to push the lings around. A couple of lings taking damage, and we are going to see one ling hitting the ling speed and retreating back up to the top of the map. A couple of queens and drones all building through. Another hatch coming into place. Reaper and the 2 Hellions will step forward. Queen's going to be there. A little grenade to bop the queens about a little bit. Pretty nuts to send out solo for the last 1v1s. He might not even get to play. If he doesn't get to play, then it wouldn't matter anyway, right? Because if he doesn't get to play, it means they've already lost the series, which means that, in theory, even if he played, they would still lose the series, right? If they still lose the same map, so maybe it's one of those things where it's like, you gotta be in the series anyways. So if he really likes those maps at the end, or if he likes playing those last 2 games, maybe that's still just fine. Obviously, the only thing I would say is obviously maybe a bit of a morale boost. If Solo opens up in one of the earlier games and gets a win, that feels so much better for the team not being down 0-2 or so, right? So there's obviously ways to look at it. There's different ways to kind of look at, you know, to see things here. But, yeah. Just going to see a couple queens at the front. Hellions going to get turned around. The Reaper going to be there. A couple creep chambers coming into place. Evo chambers and the drones and the lings and the queen continue to build. The Viking going to go up to the upper left side. Trying to see what else is going on. Queen about to pop up on this natural. Lings, drones, evolution chambers building into place. The extra Zerglin still producing. The Spore Crawler on the way. Upgrades on the melee, 1-1 upgrades on the engineering base, so again we get a lot of that coming through. Still the Marine's just going to step across, the Zergling going to get grabbed, and the Queen's going to go after the Viking for a few moments as well. Just going to be able to get a kill on this as Percival still poking at the front with a few units. Obviously just did go in the end triple CC super early on. Again, the melee upgrades coming about, layering the drones coming through, the Overlord coming into place. Gonna see all those Overlords gathering together, 1-1 upgrades going through. Still got our armory on the way, had the couple of depots, had the couple medevacs. Bring a lot of this by initially. Again, still got our upgrades coming through. The melee is on the way out. The Ling's coming about. The Bane Nest and the Lair will continue to produce. It's going to see a few Marines. Going to get after a couple Zerglings as well. Just going to grab some of those already. And on we continue. Pushing down this ramp. Going to get after a little bit of this creep spread. Yeah, actually going to get quite a bit of the creep, which is really nice from Percival. 48 workers, by the way, so if he's not going to build any more SCVs, this 1-1 combat shield kind of finishing push timing is going to start to be very decisive. Now, what Serral has done very nicely is the expansion pattern. Not having the forward base, but instead expanding along the top, expanding to that left side. Not going to give Percival an easy position just to sit in and abuse, basically, with his kind of pushing and sieging. Just going to see those queens still gathering about. Just going to have the melee upgrades still coming through. 1-1 and attack and armor building into place as well. Again, Bane speed halfway through. The Zergling still coming online. And again, a few more Marines going to show up on the left. Just going to have the queens push back for the moment. Marines going to now stim in, and a couple of creep tumors being picked away at. So again, a bit more damage being dealt for now. Damage being done. The tanks are pushing up. The Marines are going to gather here. Get ready to keep pushing into this position for the moment. Yo, thank you for the donation. I'll read that out properly later, as we do see a couple of Lings going down. The Bane's getting cancelled. A couple of units in the front taking some damage. The Queen's still trying to fight that position. Obviously, we are pushing up as Percival. Army supply in his favor for now. Like, Percival has an opportunity here, guys. Has to deal well with the Banelings, though. If the Banelings connect here, they could obviously do major damage, as the tanks need to maybe target fire some of those. We've got to pull back and caught a little bit. Banelings are getting very close to the Marines. Here are the reinforcements from Percival. Most of the Bane's going down now. New tanks showing up to support this as Percival gets the aggression. Still pushing up to the top. A couple of these queens getting caught as well. New round of Banelings ready. The tank not siege though. And these Marines are already low HP. I'm a little worried for them. The Banelings do get close. Percival is actually going to stay alive for the moment. Still pushing into this natural. And Percival now has Banes on top of him. Maybe needs to lift up. The tank will connect. That's the last Baneling going down. Percival is going to break through. And Percival is going to kill Serral with the 48 SCV shove. It happened so quickly. Just suddenly had that supply advantage. A couple of fights. I actually wasn't even convinced by the fights. I thought Serral was going to be able to push this back at first. Solid timing. And Serral, I have to say, Serral has not been Serral-esque in this tournament. I would love to see the stats on Serral in this event, because he has lost a lot of maps in this team league. And that's not calling him out or anything. It's just like a... it's just surprising, because obviously of what we typically expect of Serral is for him to obviously just win. But yeah, he's not had a good time at all in this league. And yeah, He has not had a good time at all, and this is going to be one of those moments where Percival gets a map off Serral. Remember, Serral lost the very first game of the tournament against Nicorakt as well. It's just been, I mean, he's lost against a lot of good players too, like Rogue and so on, but like, it's just unexpected because we expect Serral to be that kind of stone in the water that just does not move. Holy! Percival just tied this series up 1-1 in this best of 9, and Basilisk will not get that 2-0 start that it felt like they might get with that trigger opening. Damn. Alright, well, that is that, and we swap players around here. Percival and MaxPax will play Serral and Trigger in this next game. This is the last we'll see of Percival in this series, guys. This 2v2 is his last showing. He might leave the stage with a 2-1 advantage for the villains of SC2. Where are we at? I'm missing Trigger, right? Missing Trigger. Alright, we'll get Trigger going in a sec. Sorry, it's not... yeah, sorry, it is Trigger. Yeah, so it is Trigger coming up. We just need Trigger to come join us here on the NA server. I'm sure he'll be here in a moment. We'll get ready for this 2v2 to begin. Alright, guys. What he says Serral's washed up? I mean, I'm not saying he's washed up. I'm just saying, like, he's had troubles in this tournament. You know? I mean, this event has just not been his event. It's fine, it happens. At the end of the day, like, you know, I'm sure if the thing is like, maybe, you know, this is a fun little thing to plan. If something bigger and better tournament-wise comes around, I'm sure Serral's going to sharpen up a bit as well, right? Like, there's not a lot of big events happening at the moment, so if there's ever a time for Serral to be underperforming, this is it, you know, before there's a big event happening, so... Damn, what a map win for Percival, though. I mean, that really shakes up this series. I was talking about how good it was that Trigger gets the map of Percival. Percival getting one of the maps of Serral is amazing. I mean, the next couple of maps are going to tell us a lot about this. Obviously, 1-1 right now, 2v2 to break the tie. But then MaxPax plays Serral and Reynor, and if MaxPax just shows up with solid PvZ, the villains might start running away with this. And then you look really happy to have Solo kind of on the back end of the stretch. Solo coming in as your kind of sweep up and kind of clean up player could be massive. I mean, yeah, this is what I mean. Like when I looked at this lineup, I was like, I actually kind of like the lineup for both teams. Like you can argue that both teams like the way it played out. There's going to be difficult matches in this series. I think both of them look at this and probably say, yeah, there's opportunities for us both to kind of, you know, win this out. All right, we're going to ready up and get ready for this next game in just a second, guys. So get this started in a moment. Get this ready to go. Kick this off. Ready, ready, ready is being called. I believe we are good. Oh. Cool. Let's do this. Let's kick into game number 3. It's all tied up 1-1 in this grand final of the WardiTV Team League Season 10. Sponsored, of course, by Crate Entertainment. Once more, mentioning how wonderful sponsors. Thank you so much, Crate! !Crate in the Twitch chat if you want to find out more about them. Thank you so much to them. They sponsored the entire prize pool of this team league, so thank you so much, Crate Entertainment. Thank you again, Mustang as well. Came in with the £8 donation during the game. Said, heck, Twitch and ISPs. Appreciate the £8, mate. Thank you so very much. Appreciate the donation. If you guys are enjoying, obviously do consider supporting. So we can keep on running more StarCraft 2 events for you guys in the future. And as for now, we dive into game number 3. Tied up 1-1. In the bottom side of the map, Percival and MaxPax will spawn for the villains. Will Percival see 2 victory screens against Serral in one day, this time in the form of the 2v2? We'll be finding out. Serral is going to trigger the Protoss in the top right corner of Undercurrent. Get this underway. A few pings coming down as they discuss what to do. You meant to send the dono after the game, but hit submit out of habit. That's all good. I can handle you sending me money at any point during the day, actually. You don't have to wait on me, you know? You don't have to wait on me. Percival coming about, hatching a couple drones coming through. So a few drones coming up, the hatch coming about, probe in production as well. So we get that going. Wardy likes money confirmed. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, you need it for a lot of things, believe it or not. You need to run StarCraft tournaments. You needed to pay the internet bills. All the important things, you know. Proby chasing the probe around for a couple of moments. Just going to be seeing the Reaper in the orbital. Coming up initially, Nexus and the Cybercore will come through from MaxPax. Yeah, a couple drones hatching the pool coming up on the side of Serral. Gateway, Nexus, and Simulators building from Trigger. Couple moments then, probe coming back over, side before the Nexus still coming about, a Simulator and the Pylon building up as well for a few moments here. Just get that underway. And again, the Reaper, the command center, the barracks all continuing through, the probe still coming about. Hatchery is going to keep on building up a queen or two. And that link speed, the Overlord and the drone will keep building as well. We're going to shoot a couple lings, taking some damage. A few shots coming about then, it's just taking some hits initially. Coming around for now and reset things for a little bit here. Reaper's going to dive in, just going to be seeing a couple of those probes are going to get jumped on, just going to get after a few more workers, so a few probes going down initially. Get those picked away at just for now. And yeah, waiting to see what comes next. Let's just see the Adept continue to move about, so again, trying to see what's up, trying to see what's going on. Just going to see the stim pack and the combat shield building as well, so we get that started for the moment. Got a little pylon down. Twilight Council is coming up on the side of MaxPax, the Stargate building from Trigger, so we're going to start seeing a bit of a difference in how we go about this from the next stage. So, you know, as the Phoenix catches the Oracle, Trigger will double down into Phoenix, whereas MaxPax already sets up that blink, and so he'll have a bit of an answer to Phoenix available. And Percival just playing Bio. We've seen a lot of Bio in the 2v2 the last few days. Obviously, Mech has been pretty popular throughout the event, but Bio really seems to be taking a little bit more of a presence in these... like I say, the last few days has been kind of heading in that direction, so kind of interesting to see. And as you see, the blink, the stim, the combat shield all continue to come up as well, so just bring that through, get that going for the moment. Just going to see a couple of Phoenix moving around. Just going to have the, again, +1 attack. The few Marines coming up as well initially, so we continue to get that settled for the moment or so. Let's bring that through. And a few Phoenix coming around that side. Nexus gets about to finish up onto the low ground there as well. The Phoenix into the main base, going to go after a few of these SCVs. So a few SCVs getting grabbed already. Just going to pick those off right away. Just gathering a few lings, going to pop out. The Marine's going to be there. Just chase those lings away for a couple moments. Pushing that out of there for now. And Stalkers just going to be stepping through. The couple of Adepts as well. Big push from Percival and MaxPax as they try and get across to the other side of the map. Looking to get a little bit of a shove going here at the moment. Get that on the way. More Revelation coming down. The Phoenix going to be caught in that. Stalker's going to fire. A couple of Roaches stepping forward. The Phoenix going to come through, lifting up a couple of Stalkers. Now the Marines being targeted, but we're going to target back the Phoenix. The Phoenix taking damage in return. A couple corrosive barrels dropping down. The Roach Ravager still joining up. The Marines are still going to be there. The Stalkers pulled back over the sides. Stalker being chased and pushed back as well. Just going to see the rest of this Roach Ravager continuing through. Marines are pulling back, and the Stalkers and the Marines will step forward once again. So this Roach Ravager army still stepping up just for the next few moments. Again, we're going to have the attack upgrade building by. The Nexus coming online as well. Extra gates coming through. Stalkers turn back. The Phoenix will take some more damage. Medevac's going to be taking a few more shots as well. Stasis is going to catch a single Zergling already. And we begin to get after a couple of those structures over here. The pylons immediately in some trouble. MaxPax supply very good at the moment. The Phoenix and Trigger can do what they can. They're going to pick up a bunch of those Marines at least, so they are going to take a bunch of Percival's supply out the way. Very interesting game state, right? Again, I always look to compare the supplies. You look at Trigger to MaxPax, not so great, but actually look at it like this. Percival and Trigger have similar supply, and then MaxPax is like a standard amount of supply down over Serral, who's especially playing Roaches. Like, it's a pretty even game still. My concern might actually be more than anything is that the, my concern over everything else might actually just be the fact that, Serral's supply is obviously Roach-based, and that's a little bit of an issue perhaps overall. And get this underway. Going to be seeing the Phoenix coming about. A few Lings going to come about as well. Going to be having a little bit of fight. Stalkers coming through. A few more shots coming about initially. Just going to be seeing the Stalkers still gathering. Roach Ravager coming over as well. Stalker's going to fight. Spinecrawler going down. The Roach Ravager's going to step forward once again. A couple more corrosive barrels dropping into place for the moment. Still going to see the Roaches and the Ravagers turn back the other way. Roach Ravager trying to hold on. MaxPax trying to deal with this push forward. Percival has much better supply than Trigger now. Trigger's supply is hurting, and MaxPax's Stalkers doing okay there, while Percival is just overwhelming on the right side. The tanks are going to do a lot of work. The Phoenix is going to show up, but into those Marines is not looking too great. Now he can lift up a couple of the tanks. Corrosive barrels will come down. Oh my goodness, now he's hitting his teammate's Phoenix. Stalkers, though, because the units went over to the right, MaxPax just pushes back up through the center, and his Stalkers are looking great right here. The Phoenix getting a few more lifts off. The Ravagers and Roaches still trying to chase through. The Stalkers continue to retreat away. You're not going to see that Roach Ravager force still chasing. Bioarmy going to be here fighting against some of those units. Continue to push this back at the moment. Chase this out of there for now. Stalker's going to fight. Roaches and Ravager taking some damage. He's going to be seeing the Phoenix still dive in. Medevac's will take a few more shots. Seeing those dropping for the next couple moments. Just going to have ourselves a Stalker still showing up here. Roach Ravager going to try and fight through. A couple more corrosive barrels coming back into place. Just going to be seeing the Stalker still chasing. Just going to be seeing the unit's going to fight. He's going to lift up a bunch of those Stalkers. The Ravager's going to be there. I mean, just going to be seeing MaxPax's supply still dominating. The problem is the Phoenix are just not adding enough anymore. They're lifting units up, but units aren't really dying because of those lifts. Maybe some corrosive barrels land here and they kill a couple of the Stalkers. Percival supporting with just a bit of bio, trying to pull it back behind the Stalkers. Obviously, the Stalkers can blink away and basically reduce the damage that they've taken and not actually die. Phoenix at least do chase down a medevac and reduces some of the supply, the healing available. But MaxPax's supply is still just higher than everyone else. Serral and Trigger combined are about 185. MaxPax and Percival are 235 combined supply. So the supply is there for the villains who look to take a lead in this series. Going up 2-1 potentially in this best of 9 would be absolutely huge for them. Phoenix come by. They're going to get a lift off, a little bit more of a grab. You're just going to see the Stalker still tapping through. The Phoenix back over to the right side a little further. And they're just going to pull back over there for the moment. Ling Roach Ravager coming up. +2 missiles, +2 carapace coming in as well. Marine Medevac Ghost coming around, the Phoenix up top, a couple of the DTs looking to try and slide into this mineral line as well, so they're also looking to get straight in over there if possible. And just an extra problem to really deal with that we don't really want to deal with right now. Plain and simple, from Basilisk, they do not have the real resources to kind of deal with a mass of DTs, as this attack alone is going to take the majority of their attention and forces, and the DTs start to swing. Serral says GG, Trigger is going to GG, the villains are going to go up 2-1. What a turnaround this is. We were kind of expecting them to be down 0-2 going into this 2v2, but instead it's a 2-1 lead coming out of the 2v2, and this is now going to be to Europe, because it's time for the PVZs. MaxPax will play Serral, then he will play Reynor. And these PVZs are going to be very important. So let's see if MaxPax has the chance to send his team off to the races here. The villains could come out of this with a significant lead if MaxPax comes in with very strong PVZ, which is the question mark. We don't really know what this is necessarily going to look like, because how often do you get to see Serral versus MaxPax? Not very often is the answer. Winter Madness will be our map. I'll host this up to start us off here in just a second, guys. And we'll start to get this ready to go momentarily. Match history hidden, and yeah. Cool. Cool. When was the last time Serral and MaxPax played? Maybe in like a big brain bouts or something? Big brain bouts. January 23rd. It's MaxPax 3-2 over Serral. They only played, It's actually funny. They played... That's actually really funny. They played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times in 2025, but 5 of those times were in January. Then they played once in March, and they didn't play until January this year. That's crazy. Alright, we are getting everyone over here. I've been trying to drag players into the correct player slot, but it's not happening yet. Too many casters join the lobby too frequently. Yeah, just missing Serral. Missing Serral from this lobby, and we are good to go into Serral versus MaxPax in this series, guys. So, Serral versus MaxPax, Reynor versus MaxPax. Those are the next 2 games. The villains currently leading 2-1. That would lead us into more 2v2, and then Solo plays Reynor, Solo plays Trigger if we get to map 7, if we get to map 8. Solo joins our lobby. And he is going to be ready to go here against MaxPax. And this best of 1, as map 4 of this best of 9 gets ready to start. So readies, waiting for MaxPax to give us the ready up as well. Kind of excited. I like, are we in for are we in for a long game here? Are we in for a short? You know, like, I feel like anything's kind of on the board right now. Ready is called. Let's send it. Let's do this. Countdown into Winter Madness for a map 4 of this best of 9. And the villains of SC2 have a lead. Basilisk looking to take it back if Serral can knock MaxPax down on this one. The map Winter Madness, pretty even, pretty clear. Let's get this on the way. Bottom right corner is going to be the blue Zerg. And his team trailing right now. This is going to be Serral. And you'd imagine it's got to be a disaster for Basilisk if they come out of this down 1-3 and Serral has played his 2 1v1s. On the bottom right, MaxPax in the upper left. As the red Protoss player, like I say, what an opportunity he has to give villains an even larger lead right here. Game 4th is best of 9. Oh, exciting. Exciting. Obviously, it takes a moment or two to get set up in PvZ, but a very exciting game ahead of us. Like I say, they have not played since January, and they have not played a lot over the last year or so. Like I say, January, then you have to go back to March last year, so just one match in the last calendar year. Like I say, they played a lot at the start of last year in a couple of events, but apart from that, not too much else happening. Next coming down. So they're going to finish up again. The next in the Cybercore coming through. Couple Queens, Lings, the Overlord all building up here. A couple drones on the way as well. Got that Stargate building on the side of MaxPax. We bring that over. Get that settled for the next few moments. And decide what we can do in the next little bit of time here. Adept is just going to throw a shade out down to the bottom side of the map initially. He's just going to move across in that direction. So hatchery drops into place, couple Lings in the Queen, Ling speed halfway done. Adept, Warp Gate, Probes, and the Stargate all building through as well, so again we get a lot of that coming up over the next few moments. Circling speed coming online. It's the Oracle, everything very standard for now. The Adept will threaten a bit of damage. See, show the idea of maybe shading through, but waiting for the second Adept before we really commit to anything. In the next few moments, it's just going to be seeing a couple of Adepts will shade. The hatchery sits out on that right side for a couple of moments right now. Ling's coming about, drone coming over. Again, that Ling speed is a few moments from being done right now, so and that wrapped up. A couple Ling's going to go chasing after the probe. And hatching a couple of Spore Crawls, continuing to come about. I'm just going to be seeing Nexus, the Oracle, and the Warp Gate, all finishing. It's going to be seeing the Oracle and a couple of Adepts going to be back into the center. We do have the Twilight Council building from MaxPax, so again, everything kind of as you'd expect. Twilight Council is extremely standard. Get up towards those Stalkers, get up toward that Blink, get all of that ready to go. Get that set off here very shortly. Oracle just coming around. Spore's going to be there to push the Oracle back. The Ling's wrapping around a couple of the Adepts. And take some damage. A few drones pulling across. The Oracle's still active for a few more circling. So again, a little bit more being dealt just for now. That Oracle peels off to the side. A couple of drones end up dropping here just initially. Again, a couple of Oracles coming about. Just going to be seeing Serral supply blocked a few moments. Needs these Overlords to finish. He's going to go for a melee upgrade on MaxPax's opening glaive, so it's a good build order for MaxPax. Obviously, melee can be very powerful if you get set up to it, but if you get halted by glaive Adepts early, then you never really get to power up on the melee upgrade, and then it all falls apart very quickly. That's a very real possibility right now, as we do see the Oracles getting chased about. Just going to be seeing the Adept still warping in, glaive still taking along, and Serral is just droning up to 60 workers already. Well, Fueling is starting to build now. This Adept attack should hit before melee is done, so there's going to be a fight where the Lings do not have their melee upgrade. Obviously, Queens are going to have to collect together to help with this as well. You can see that one Zergling here from Serral looking to get across for the Scout, looking for a little bit of the heads up of what's going on. The Oracles will see the Zergling. And what can we kill that with? Probably just the Oracle, if anything. A couple Stalkers going to force the Ling away. Again, just trying to hide this as best we can, so Serral does not see the move out of the initial Adepts shading across the map. So he does not get this first bit of vision. He's going to see it now. This is it. Serral now sees the Adepts. He now knows what's up. He just placed a Hydra Den down. The only downside to this for MaxPax is he doesn't hit as Glaive's finishes, which may give Melee Upgrade a chance to finish. 24 more Lings on the way. Get rid of some creep initially as we threaten the first Shade in the next few moments. Decide where we're going to try to Shade. The Queens are going to try and absorb some of this damage. Obviously, transfusions and availability as well. That's a lot of Lings. MaxPax does not fall into the trap of just committing to that Shade there. Melee does finish. He sits in this corner instead where the Lings are going to be a lot tougher. Oh, sorry. The Lings are going to find it a lot tougher to actually take the fight against these Adepts. Going to threaten with that Shade. Probably don't commit to the Shade because I still like this position. A few more Adepts joining up. MaxPax going to step away. Right now, Serral has to build a lot of units, and we actually do have just a worker lead in this game for MaxPax. 65 to 59 workers right here. A couple creep teamers going down. The few Zerglings getting grabbed. And Shade up once again. A couple Stay Swords coming through. The Queen's going to be chased. Adept's going to commit. Oh, but the Hydras are here, so it doesn't feel great because the Hydra DPS is going to help to clean up these Adepts very quickly. So MaxPax will start to lose a lot of these Adepts. I just don't think that was the moment to commit further through. The Adept's going to go down before they even get the Shade off. One Adept into the main mineral line will get a few more drones. Now, Serral is down 12 workers in this case, but can he just counterattack? Because Ling Hydra is going to be very powerful against anything MaxPax currently has, especially now he doesn't have an Adept count. If he just brings the Adepts back home with a worker lead in play, he's in a very, very good position. A very good position. So yeah, this is kind of awkward for MaxPax now because he just doesn't have the kind of numbers to really deal with this. Oracles will activate against those Lings. The Zealots are going to have charge soon. Temple Archive is finished, but we have no time to build Storm, right? So we can maybe get some Archons up, but that'll be about it. Oracles here, we'll see those Hydras advance. We already have 2 Archons, 1 more morphing. Hydra's going to go to the right side. That Stalker goes down. Open entry to the natural. If the Lings want to run in, we will not go for it. To be fair, Lings on their own are still not ideal because the Lings on their own can die to like Glaive Adept warping or so. And for now, it seems like MaxPax is going to be safe enough to hold. He is not going to die to this push from Serral. Serral pulls back and looks towards more of his own upgrades, and MaxPax will get a chance to go into Storm. Very scary couple of moments. Well, this was very well handled by Serral in the end. He kept MaxPax back until he had enough to really deal with the Adepts, and then he kind of let MaxPax make the misplay into him, and bam, the Hydras jumped in, they clean up, and then, like I say, it feels like that is a very good situation from where we started off with initially. Zealots and the Archons move into the front. Just going to be seeing the Hydras coming across there. And again, +2 attack. Storm coming over. The Lings going to be there as well. We're going to see the couple of Zealots turning around and hitting those Zerglings. And Hydra will play clean up. The Zealots all going down. We're going to have ourselves a chunk of Dropper Lords now coming into play. A few Hydras going to come up along with that for the next few moments. Hydras to the upper left-hand side. Do have the +2 missiles, the 30 additional Lings all building. The Oracle's coming by as well. Psystorm is moments away, so that's what you need here from MaxPax. Gonna threaten the Storm here initially. A couple of force fields come down. We'll start the Storm, but maybe a little late. These High Templar are very far forward. A lot of Storms have to come in. This Storm on the top side right now is very good because it's hitting a lot of the Hydras as they have to come into that position. Serral trying to force the issue, takes a lot of damage there because of it. The next Storm was very good too, but do we have the numbers to follow up on this? We must be very close to at least 1 or 2 more Storms on the back High Templar. It's just going to be dealing with these Hydras. There's a lot of them. Their damage output is massive. Now we're losing a lot of probes. We are killing drones across the map as well. Zealots on the other side will start to do some counter damage, but is it going to be enough? 7 drones going down. There's also Zealots on the third base as MaxPax loses his 4th. These Hydras over here are very low, so I don't know if I love this for Serral because he's going to start losing a lot of these Hydras, and he's still losing drones across the map as the Zealots on the third are what really continue to do damage. They're killing, they're reinforcing Hydras as well as they are spawning. So those Zealots actually ended up doing absolute work, and now it's going to be Serral that loses more drones than MaxPax has in this game, and MaxPax is able to come back on the other side of the map. Serral is going to say GG, and it is going to be MaxPax to open the advantage of the villains of SC2 to a 3-1 lead in this best of 9. Basilisk are going to be down 1-3. Serral goes 0-3 in the games he plays in, one of those being a 2v2, but that is the reason why Basilisk trail right now. Because Serral has not shown up, unfortunately. He has not shown up. Well, MaxPax now goes up against Reynor. That was a scary game. I actually think that should have been more scary for MaxPax than it was at first, because I do think he made a big mistake. It was scary for Serral initially, but it should have been scary for MaxPax when he failed with those adepts and lost them all. But both sides are kind of playing a very thin line of what is seen as kind of success and what is seen as not success. And we'll get Reynor up against MaxPax next, as Reynor looks to keep the villains of SE2 off of match point in a game number 5. The Storms did some work. It was the position of the 2 Storms on that right side, like around the corner, where the Hydras, they have to come down the ramp and around that corner. And it's just that position where the Hydras want to stop and start fighting, right? And so those Hydras just took so much Storm damage. And okay, they kill the base, but by the time you've killed the base, you've not reinforced because MaxPax took the attention back at home. And so you had to keep your reinforcements there. And then those Hydras are still hurting, and then the extra reinforcing Zealot Warp in there just zooms in and does the work. Reynor is going to come up against MaxPax on Old Republic. What will he do to try and knock MaxPax down? MaxPax on the verge of giving, like I say, the villains of SE2 a chance to play for the series and the championship in the 2v2. Ready from Reynor and MaxPax. Everyone should be in here. We did not swap servers. I just said Reynor went offline, so not sure what that's about, but let's give it a go. Let's kick this off. Let's jump into game number 5. A 3-1 lead for the villains of SE2. Get this started in a second. Rough start for Basilisk, yeah. That's been a very rough start. I mean, especially considering Serral has... Again, you got Serral there as your kind of your ace, right? And unfortunately, he does not get a map win. It feels really bad right now. We will see how this goes, though. Can Reynor maybe step up and bring Basilisk back into it? A map win here would do a lot to settle Basilisk in this series. You go into a 2v2 after this, right? And then, you know, then we could, you know, very quickly, like, the storyline in these series turns so fast, right? If Reynor wins this and they win a 2v2, we're tied up in very winnable matches in games 7 and 8. You know, like, okay, I like Solar a lot for villains, kind of being the closer, but it's not unwinnable, right? Reynor against Solar, especially. Trigger's been playing well. He can absolutely take maps off Solar. You know, it's a very different series. You go 4-1, though. You go down 3 maps, and then you've got to win everything. Then it feels so different. So, yeah, we talk about this. It seems almost extreme, right? But it's like, we are just so close to this series really falling so far away that it's going to be difficult to bring it back. So yeah, it seems extreme, but it is kind of extreme at the end of the day. It is kind of a big deal. It is very close to being a complete disaster. But in a series of best of ones, almost anything can happen. Again, big shout out to Crate Entertainment, guys. Exclamation mark Crate in the Twitch chat. They sponsored this entire tournament. This might be one of the last times we get to shout them out, so thank you so much to Crate for making this happen. Hey, what's up, Car4? Thank you so much for the 13-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you for priming us up. Thank you very much indeed. If you are enjoying, of course, and you want to support the channel, do consider priming, subscribing, or subscribing regularly, or checking out the Patreon. All of these allow us to run more StarCraft 2 events in the future, so do check it out. We're going to go back and forth a couple moments. The link speed coming through. Drones and Queens on the way by as well. Queen's going to come about again. Warp Gate coming through. And link speed building from Reynor. Big map, Old Republic, kind of an interesting one. Lots of choky entrances to the bases, makes it very defendable for Protoss a bit later in the game. Can make it kind of tough. Sometimes the forward base in this map is the weak point for the Protoss. The Zerg gets a bigger shove towards it. The depth's just going to go shading. The Zerglings are going to be there. It's going to be seeing another couple of Zerglings coming about as well, and they are just going to be going after those Adept for a couple moments. Well, a little bit of cleanup, good defense, right? Making sure these Adepts don't do damage. It's the most important thing. Don't take drone losses here. We do lose 8 lings, 9 lings. It's expensive, but it's better than losing drones at least. Now those Adepts have gone down. I'm just going to Nibble Pile. I'm going to be taking some damage. And then the Adept coming about, chasing those lings. Well, something that's just going to go down is going to put those into place already. Again, a few drones coming about, the Spore Crawler coming through, the Creep Team is coming up also, the Oracle on the top will pull itself back from the top and into the center a little bit here. And again, Twilight Council, Forge, Robot Facility, and the Gateway continue to produce buy for the next couple moments. Again, a lot of this setup at the moment here is we do have... Yeah, well, Stenling's finishing, Ledger starting from Reynor. MaxPax going to head into a charge and a +1 upgrade in this game. So it's going to go straight towards charge. Obviously opens up some aggressive opening chances for kind of MaxPax, right? You know, you're not going to have that Blink Stalker push. We'll see how Reynor builds. If he goes Spire here, that could be very good against someone that didn't open Blink at least. So that's obviously a possibility. As the Temple Archives, like I say, with the charge, you open up aggressive opportunities. What do those look like? Well, a lot of the time, charge out Archon. So, you get those Zealots, you get those Archons, and you just have that very tanky front line with enough kind of splash behind it to really just soften up a lot of those earlier Zerg units. Kind of requires a Roach defense a lot of the time. Well, it doesn't require it, maybe, but like Roaches are then the natural defense that puts you in a good position there. Adept going to get caught, Lings and the Queen's going to catch again. Lings gather up, couple of gates, probes, charging the +1 coming through, Pylons need a similar setup as well. The extra Archon's morphing in, just going to be seeing the lair. Is going to open up the door to the Hydrogen. So Hydrogen coming through from Reynor. MaxPax will move onto the map with the Prism and the 2 Archons. Has got himself 6 gates, 4 more starting. Could actually still have a pretty aggressive little shove here initially, right? As you see, the Lings will actually spot this Archon drop. The Queen's moving into position. The Archons turn around. They'll start unloading. We will start to warp in some Zealots on the other side. The Oracles are here defensively, so these Lings will not find much opportunity for themselves at the moment. We're going to hit this base before Hydras are out, so this opening for MaxPax is definitely here. The Prism quite far back, so the Archons need to be careful, because typically the Archons are savable by the Prism, and you want to make sure the Prism is in reach to be able to do that. Drones going down as they pull into this fight a little bit as well. No second warp in the Zealots. We'll not try and continue to press the issue right now. We get 3 drones. We trade out quite nicely. Lings for Zealots. MaxPax has traded well in the early stages of this game and still has the Archon drop available at this point in time to continue on with. We'll be having the +1 missiles, the melee upgrade coming through, Hydra, speed building up, the extra Hydra's coming over. Comes in the main, going to get a Queen and a couple Lings before we back away. Obviously, a lot of this is about zoning the Prism, so the Spores in good positions and so will do a lot. It's going to be having the Oracle setting up some stasis wards defensively back on the other side, just getting that set up as well. Templar gathering through. Take a couple of moments here. The +2 attack upgrade coming about as well. For the moment, continue to get that settled in as the +2 missiles and the Overlord speed continues to build. The Dropper Lords in production. MaxPax is well set up now, though. The Dropper Lord's obviously going to be an important part of this. Does deny the +2 for a little while with the Contaminate as well. Prism sets up, the Drop Lords are loaded, so this is going to be one way we try and work around this army. MaxPax is up in the center. Reynor does not have a lot of fighting forces on the ground because so much of it is in the Drop Lords, which do avoid detection here, but if MaxPax goes right now, like Reynor is just, what, fully reliant on like a counterattack kind of play? Prism's going to be heading toward the main potentially. The Drop Lords haven't loaded, by the way, so they stopped progressing for a moment or two. MaxPax still thinking about the chance of just pushing up into this. The Prism's going to get to the main base. Spore will push it around a little bit. It's going to send a couple of Zealots in. Like I say, the Drop Lords are going to be dangerous. MaxPax has missed the chance where Reynor has just got a ton of supply out of position. Although, does he see the Drop Lords now? Oh my god, the Drop Lords see the army, and now the Drop Lords do get seen, so MaxPax knows where he needs to be. However, Reynor is going to swing around to hit the center bases or the right side bases at the same time. And this MaxPax going to be able to get in position here to deal with this. Couple Stalkers, a High Templar comes through. We initially throw a Storm down just wherever on those units that are dropping in. Couple cannons trying to deal with this. We probably need a Storm over on that third base. Lings and Hydras in this natural going to be an issue. MaxPax losing a lot of workers. The Oracle's activating. The Lings starting to go down as we are going to have MaxPax trying to pull the defense off right now. The couple of Immortals stepping through towards those Hydras. Archons and the Immortal trying to fight, but they're getting caught. There's so much stacked defense. Now, Reynor's losing a fair amount himself. The main thing that's happening is that MaxPax is completely struggling to find any chance to use his Storms. Like, there's not been one moment where it's like, oh yeah, this is why I dropped the Storm to really get kind of value here. And that's actually made this a very awkward situation where if you don't have those Storms dropping down, you're missing a lot of the value of your army. Reynor is going to be, I mean, yeah, there's a Storm there, but it's not exactly the high-value Storm you're looking for typically. MaxPax's supply is still dropping, and I think Reynor is going to break MaxPax down. Like I said, I think MaxPax really missed his chance across the map. He never saw those Drop Lords. There was multiple times he nearly saw them, and he just had them peel out of the way. They turned direction to make sure they weren't seen. And a string of attempts of aggression from MaxPax shut down into Reynor, able to counterattack, and obviously MaxPax is, scrambling because he's out of position. He's not in position against the Drop Lords. He's not in position to then deal with the attack at the front. And like I say, these High Templar have just been wandering around slowly, figuring out where the heck they can spellcast, but there's been no good time to storm. So Reynor kind of nullifies a lot of the potential of what the Protoss army does, which is good big storms against this Ling Hydra force. Just catching MaxPax out of position, and again, comes from good defense at home. Because if he doesn't defend at home well, then MaxPax probably just storms in and starts overrunning before this even takes place. It looks as though Reynor is going to be able to bring Basilisk back by a map in this finals. Another couple of storms coming through. The Hydra's still getting hit. Storms keep coming down. The Hydra's taking some damage. You will be seeing the storm after storm just hitting those Hydras. And Reynor 136 to MaxPax's 76 supply. MaxPax may live here on the 3 bases, but Reynor obviously has a very good economy. And MaxPax now is going to be super reliant on storms. Like, he's going to need a heck of a lot of splash damage to win fights. He probably needs to rebuild a few probes, and he, more than anything, probably needs to step forward toward the 4th base. But the 4th is going to be a very open area that's going to be very difficult to justify attacking into. Can we maybe take something of a beneficial fight here? We're going to try, if nothing else. Hive, Lings, Hydras, Queens, all still building up here from Reynor. I mean, he's just spamming units, of course he should be. He's put MaxPax in kind of an all-in position. MaxPax is choosing to attack. Reynor's making the right read. If he's going to attack into you, make units and live. And that's all you got to do to see an end of this game with every other advantage that sits in play for you. +2 attack upgrades on both Lings and Hydras. Obviously the drone count very solid. I'll lose a few Queens here, but a Harass is taking the attention up to the top side. That maybe gives the positional advantage to MaxPax on this base and wherever else he wants to go to. The Hydras are going to have to push in towards Storms now, so it becomes a little bit more awkward. Good Storm on the Lings, good Storm on the Hydras on the left side. MaxPax takes a very good fight. Reynor really overreacted, pulling up towards the 12 o'clock base. I just still don't think it should be enough, right? Enough Hydras to fight these Archons off. The Prism goes down, so the Micro is lost. MaxPax makes a heck of a go of it across the map, but I mean, this mostly only happened because of, like I say, Reynor pulling up to the top side. If he stayed in position, I don't think this ever becomes a similar situation. GG's, Reynor brings it back a map, and we will be 2-3 with our villains leading heading into this next 2v2, which is going to be back to the NA server. Goblin and Serral will play MaxPax and sOs. So we hop on over to NA. And we will see what Goblin and Serral can do against MaxPax and sOs. See if they can tie up this series completely in some 2v2 action in the next few moments, guys. Hopping over, getting this ready to start in just a couple of moments. Where are we going? The map is Rohana, aggressive map. Let's see if that's something they take advantage of. Lobby link's down, guys, so it should just be a moment or two to get this started, and we should be able to kick this off into play. Solar finally makes an appearance in the series. In map 6. Alrighty. Yeah, just waiting for Serral, waiting for Serral and MaxPax. So we need to join this lobby. Going to swap colors. They're currently red and blue on both sides, so we'll get someone to swap a little bit. Just waiting for Goblin to go blue, and then if the teams are ready, we'll be able to kick this off into this 2v2. Final 2v2 of the entire tournament, guys. Ready in GLHF says MaxPax. Okay, go, says Sola. Just waiting for Serral and Goblin to ready up here as well. Goblin can participate in this 2v2. Reynor keeping the team alive. Really is. That game was so important. If you lose that game, winning down 1-4, I mean, then you're already at the fate to 2v2, and then you've got a 2-0 solo after. If you do make it through the 2v2, yeah, that game was super important for Basilisk. We said it beforehand. We said it's, you know, it's a really big deal. Every map matters, but when you're down, every map matters that much more. It's definitely the case on this one. And so you're just waiting for Serral and Goblin to ready up. Go-go's are called. And we will count down into Rohana to see if we can now tie things up. Can Basilisk reset this series after a disastrous start? Can they bring it back, tie it up? That is our question as we get this set up and ready to begin. So, kicking this off in just a moment. What's up, Soldark? Thank you so much for the 2-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. Let's go in game. In the top left-hand side, Goblin and Serral will be our players from Basilisk to try and tie this series up. GLHF called by Goblin, and from MaxPax will be the orange Protoss bottom right alongside Solar. No ramp into the natural, separated main bases. Aggression can be a big deal on this map. We'll see if it comes around or not as we get this underway. Where are we gonna go? How are things gonna look here as we have this 2v2 second off? Chance to tie it up for Basilisk. A chance for a match point opportunity to be available to the villains. I want Basilisk to tie it up. I think there's a pretty good chance we go 1-1 with Solar, and then we go to an ace match if this gets tied up now. That's my greedy wish. We deserve an ace match. We had a couple of faster series to start the day off, so I think we deserve an ace match if nothing else. That's the Cyber Core coming through, the Assimilator coming up. Pylon on the way. Pros will nibble. Not much going on just yet, guys. Most notably, an expansion from Goblin, but no expand from MaxPax, so you gotta kind of keep that in mind as a possibility of like, well, does he, do we have aggressive intentions there? Is there an idea of going across the map? Goblin is going kind of very greedy because he went Nexus first into 2 gates, so you're gonna get into a good position if they live. Like I say, it's a very aggressive map, so it's a very risky map to do this on. MaxPax throws his own Nexus down, so yeah, just gonna be MaxPax expanding and Goblin gonna get away with the greed, it seems like. So good start for Basilisk if they get away with that initially. Rope comes down to the bottom right side. Again, the couple queens, the drones, the link speed all continuing over for a few moments. A couple lings going to be there. Again, Adept in the warp gate coming up as well. Just going to do a little bit of pinging around to see what else is happening for a few moments. Stargate will build. Next is about to be done. Adept in the warp gate coming up as well here. Just for a moment or two. Queen will come about. Just going to be seeing those probes coming around and the Zerglings gathering for the next few moments. Get that set up into play. Yeah, Oracle and Warp Gate building by Bane Nest Hatchery, and the Lings are still building. Link speed coming up, so Solar going to have the Ling Bane aspect of this ready soon. MaxPax will have some Oracle Harass to set up for, but Serral's going to go straight into the missiles and the roaches, so going to take that direction here initially. Thank you so much for the £8 donation, Nikita. Thank you very much for the generosity of donating to the stream today. Appreciate it. Thank you very much for the support. Thank you, as we have ourselves the Twilight Council setting up. Gonna instantly start the blink here as Goblin. MaxPax will be much later on that Twilight because he's gone into that Stargate and we'll have a couple of Oracles to work with, but so far they're not doing too much. Serral shows up with a few Lings. He's going to look to threaten into the mineral line of Solar here. He's going to get it, of Serral here. He's going to catch a Queen initially. Drones pull in. They can't last forever because of the Banes. The Banes kind of take a bad turn. They go over to the left side. They should have gone right just into the mineral line. Then the Stalkers and the Sentries wouldn't have done much. We are going to get rid of a Sentry. A few more Lings showing up. We actually have more Lings still streaming in. So Solar's going to start doing some very serious damage here. First Roaches from Serral starting to pop, but is it in time to really nullify the damage? A few drones still being pulled into damage here as well. Well, MaxPax is in the main base with an Oracle, going to try and do a little bit extra during all of this, but there's a battery in the main, and Goblin's going to keep himself alive because of that. Overall, the supplies actually do take a favorable swing toward the villains, though. 53 and 56 to 39 and 52. Solar going to go for Roaches behind this, but he will be late on Roach speed. He will be late on +1 missiles, which is a big faster. Again, missile upgrade coming about. Lat and the Roach drone coming over. A few drones getting built into place. Just going to see the Oracle activating. A couple of drones coming through. The Queen going to be there to push the Oracle back a little bit as well for a few moments. A couple of gates and the probes coming about as well. Blink coming over. Extra drones taking damage. The Spore Crawler pushes the Oracle away into the corner for these next few moments. Let's move about. The Zerglings is going to be coming over. Just going to be seeing the Stalkers and the Sentry at the front. Play some defense. Those Lings will not sneak in just yet. Goblin still trailing on that supply a little bit. Serral and Solar both just spamming out Roaches at this point in time. Just getting a lot of those up and working here for now. Stalkers gathering. Just going to be having the Roaches trying to fight for a little bit. And the other Stalkers coming about, going to ping around a little bit as well. Just going to be seeing the missiles and the rest of this coming about. Roaches and the Hatchery coming through. Hatchery going to get jumped on. Just going to be seeing the Hatch on the top side. Taking some nibbles. Roach is going to get caught by a Stasis Ward as well. And now Stalker Roach will come pushing forward. Going to blink through. Sentry already going down. The Roach is getting jumped on. Continue to chase this for the next few moments. Big push from Goblin and Serral, but I think MaxPax and Solo should be okay overall. The only thing Solo is missing right now is +1 missiles. It's a few moments from finishing, so this is the timing to kind of go. They will have the faster reinforcements here right now. Solo's supply dropping, but not as quickly as Serral's, as the Roaches from Serral begin to die out. The question will be, will the Stalkers of Goblin be able to carry through? I just don't think they can. MaxPax clearly has a good amount of Stalks himself right now, and is going to be looking in very good numbers. It's going to see the Stalker Roach just going to push this back away. And that is going to be the defense made here by the villains of SC2, who look to get potentially onto match point with a win in this game. Could be absolutely huge. Stalkers and the Roach still pushing up. Roach and the Stalkers taking some more damage. Just going to have everything gathering together here. 3 Roaches coming about, +2 missiles. Roaches coming over. Just going to be having the defense from Goblin and Serral at this point pulling back. But I mean, they're just down on supply. This attack was not good for them. And now we have the next stage of this game where Solo and MaxPax are just going to be leading into it. Obviously, we've got to try and expand here as Serral gets his 3rd hatch up and Goblin gets his own 3rd Nexus up, but not looking ideal. Next, and 2 Stalkers building through. The +2 attack upgrade coming about. Stalker's going to go out into the center. A few Stalkers coming in. Again, +2 missiles on those. Roaches and Ravage still building up. Stasis will catch just a few of the Stalkers initially. One more blink catches another Stalker just to begin with there. The Stalker's able to push the Roaches back the other way. Stalker's going to fight. Roach is going down. Gonna try and push up this ramp here the next couple of moments, try and see what else is going on. Having ourselves, there's a little bit of a fight taking place. The Stalker's being chased. Well, we are going to have just a lot of stuff here. MaxPax and Solo pushing through. Bringing this across for a couple of moments. Stalkers and Roaches and Ravage are still going to chase. The Stalker's going down. Chasing for a couple moments here and just going to be seeing still this pressure coming through. I mean, there's just no supply to really defend with. The bases are going to fall. See this continuing to be a disaster essentially as the Stalkers still press up. Roaches, Stalkers, Ravages coming through. So MaxPax will push the villains up to a 4-2 lead. And it is going to be kind of the scenario which I think is going to be the disaster scenario for Basilisk. You have to 2-0 Solar. You have to 2-0 Solar. It's not impossible. It's not impossible. But it's definitely not easy. Is the simple way to say it. Alright, we will jump into this next one, which is going to be Taito Citadel for Solar to try and wrap up this tournament for his team. I mean, he is team captain of the villains of SC2. He put this team together, and he could bring the championship home for them in this game. Alright, just waiting for Reynor to join the lobby. We're going to go straight to Taito Citadel for the chance for this to get picked off. Closed out. Do, 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 do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think we're good on casters. We are just missing Reynor. Kick this off into play. What's up, Tom Shat? Thank you so much for the 200 bits. Enjoying the tourney. Thank you. No worries. Thank you so much for the 200 bits. Appreciate it. SoulDog1960. I think I missed your Prime sub. Thank you so much for the 2-month Prime sub as well during that last game. Appreciate it as well. Reynor ready in. If Solo is ready, we can go into this, and away we head. Title Citadel, ZVZ, for the WardiTV Team League Season 10 on the line in this game. Get ready to kick this off. Loading screen. So we load into what could be the final map of the Team League. In the top left corner, the blue Zerg player is going to be Reynor. Well, he saved them earlier. He got a map win that without, they would have already lost this series. Can he do it again to bring it one map closer at least? In the bottom right, our red Zerg is Solar. Well. Comes down to potentially a ZVZ. If you win this as Reynor, Trigger then has to take Solar down to force an ace match. I wonder if you send out in the ace. On both sides, actually. That really would be a mind game. I'm not even going to start figuring that out unless we actually need to, because no, it's a wild one. Overlord's crossing pathways, getting stalled for a couple moments. Hatch gas pool coming over, as you just see the setup coming by. Drone coming about. Overlord's coming over. Just having ourselves the drones popping. Overlord on the way, Queens and the Lings will build, the Overlords will produce. Nothing really to shout about just yet. So we settle into this for now. Obviously, ZVZ could get dangerous at any moment, but for now, they match each other. Third hatchery. Looks as though Reynor also going to throw the third hatchery down, so very even right now. Reynor had a drone or two advantage, so a little bit of an edge, but really a very minor thing so far. Nothing super crazy just yet, as we just have a couple of Lings moving down on the map as well. Couple Lings chasing a couple Lings. That Bane Nest coming around, just having the Natural will take a few more shots. A couple Lings going back the other way then for a couple moments, and again the Bane Nest is going to be halfway done for now. Lings speed building, Lings coming by. Trying to make something happen. Queen still coming through. Again, the Bane Nest continues to come about as well. Drone from both, so we're really not messing around in this game. This is going to be Ling speed. Very minimal Banelings, not a lot of Ling Bane action, but just straight through to the Roaches. It's so scary because you know Solar is so capable of just being like, you know what I'm going to do? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to all in. Like, that's just a thing that Solar does so much of the time, so see what happens. We just have the Bane, the Queen on the way through here. The Feeling's going to run down to the hatchery. It's going to be seeing the Lings jumping through, a couple of Lings coming about. Just going to be seeing the Roaches and the Lings coming over. They're coming through. I'm just going to see the Evo Chamber continue to come about for a couple of moments as we just have the Lings going to go back onto the Roaches for a couple of seconds. Drones, Lair, the Evo Chamber just continue to come about. Roaches and Celestial Upgrade coming up as well. The Lair continues to come through for a couple of moments there. Just going to have the Overlords and the Roaches coming about. Missiles on the way. And a couple of Overlords continue to build. Drones also coming through for the moment. Well, it's 59 to 53 workers. No one's gotten overly aggressive yet. The big difference right now is that Reynolds just later on the Lair, so he'll be a bit behind on Roach speed. Maybe a little bit of a factor. I'm just going to be seeing that Zergling's still coming across. Again, Lings and Roaches continue to come through. The drones are going to continue by. The Banes are gathering up. Roaches continue to push out to the front here just initially. Plus some missiles on that. Roach speed just building along, but like I said, he'll be there a little bit faster from Solo. We'll see if he does anything with it. He is cutting at 53 drones. Is that enough? I mean, he's going to have, right now, 30 army supply lead. Reynor starts to build not just Roaches, but he's going to throw a Hydra Den down. That's not going to help him out here. That's going to leave him in a little bit of trouble, in fact. So that could be dangerous if you just see the Overseer coming over. Roaches gather. Missile upgrade and the Roach speed coming across. It's going to knock this set of rocks down. Open up this space in Solar. He's going to start going. Supply block hurts a little bit, though. Going to slow him down a little. Roach speed about to kick in. Like I said, plus one missiles will be there faster for him, too. The army supply is slightly favorable to Solar, but not so much. I mean, he's down 15 workers, so you've got to do some work in this attack. And like I say, maybe the Roach speed helps you navigate this a little bit. The plus one missiles is not going to be ready from the start of it. We do dive an initial Ravager, which is quite nice, but he spends a lot of time then walking back after a couple of Banes get through for a few drones at the start. He's going to get diving through. He's going to get on top of the Ravagers pretty quickly, so he's going to wrap around what is here from Reynor. 20 army supply lead currently from Solar and growing at the moment. He has the plus one missile advantage for about 5-10 seconds in this fight, and that's happening right now. And now it ends. The army supply, the upgrade lead is no longer here, but the army supply lead still is about 20 for Solar at the moment. 5 drones have gone down. Can Solar reinforce quickly enough to close this out? I don't think so. I think he's probably going to have to pull back and probably just add a few drones in. Killing 5 drones helps him. If he just keeps sending this, I mean, he actually has a 20 army supply lead if he can just keep going. Just going to be having the Roaches moving about. Roach Ravager going to split. Oh, actually, he does have the Ravager advantage right now because he did kill all the Ravagers of his opponent. That's a big deal. Having Ravagers where your opponent does not is a damage output kind of advantage here, but he's down 10 workers. That is an issue generally, right? Like, over time, you're going to be outproduced. So it kind of feels like you need another fight right now to kind of make up for the fact that you're going to be outmined overall. Corrosive Bowels, and again, he dives forward aggressively onto that Ravager, knocks it down quickly. The second Ravager of Reynor going down, and now Reynor has less supply and less of the better units. Corrosive Bowels dropping and landing. Reynor does not dodge that one, and he does dodge forward away from this one. Does Reynor have enough? I do not think so. I think Solar is breaking through to take the villains of SC2 into the champions, into being the champions, I should say, of the WardiTV Team League Season 10. Breaks through 5-2 victory for the villains as they take advantage of what was obviously an absolutely dreamy start in this event for them, and this final for them especially. Big deal. GG's. Just like that, we wrap it up. Lovely stuff. All right, guys. All right. Thank you so much for watching. Very sad that we DC'd at the very start of the finals and just lost all our viewership. That really sucks. But it's kind of a bit of a summary of just Team League in general. It has been kind of a disaster event. Has been kind of a disaster event. It's gone wrong in many ways, so sometimes so be it. Thank you so much to Create Entertainment for sponsoring it and obviously helping it to make it happen. Sorry to you guys that it kind of sucked for a lot of the group stages and stuff as well. Like I said, just unlucky that the playoffs decided to have an unlucky time into DC on the stream. Never again. The Team League logo is going off. We're not running a Team League again. I'm sorry, guys. This experience has not been fun. I'm going to log out. I'll see you guys tomorrow. It's a new week, and it's going to be 1v1, normal StarCraft all week. It's going to be the Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament, qualifier on Tuesday, and the main event starts on Thursday. We already have some confirmed players. So you guys will be seeing players such as Classic, Hero, Zaun, Showtime, MaxPax, Trigger, Bunny, Bjorn, Cure, Percival, Nikorak, Shin, Solar, Yakov, and Rogue, all confirmed already for the WardiTV Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament. $5,000 tournament starts next week. Again, there'll be an open qualifier on Tuesday, and then after Tuesday, there'll be the group stages starting on Thursday. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll see you tomorrow for the WardiTV Mondays.